Okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a meeting of the Scrutiny Committee of Basingstoke Borough Council. This is not a public meeting, but the public are very welcome, and many of you have said that you'd like to speak, and I'll be asking you to do that in a while. Now, there are no fire alarms scheduled for this evening. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the building immediately. Fire exits are located at the rear and the side of this room. Go down the stairs and meet in the War Memorial Park. Now, please note that this meeting is being webcast live on the internet. If you have a mobile phone, please make sure it's turned off. The chairman's just remembered to do that himself. This is a call-in meeting. The objective is to decide whether or not to call in a decision that's been made by a member of the Cabinet of Basingstoke and Dean and ask for it to be reconsidered. And I just want everybody to understand that it's the process. Now, have we got any apologies for absence? Yes. I've noted two substitutes, Councillor Goddison in place of Councillor Still and Councillor Tate in place of Councillor Putty, and an apology from Councillor Musson. Yes, Councillor James.
Chairman, have you received an apology for our UKIP councillor who's so far not attended a single scrutiny or council meeting?
The only apologies I've received are those I've already mentioned. Well, are there any declarations of interest in the matters to be discussed this evening? Well, in that case, we will move on to the call-in, and I will explain to you how I'm going to order this meeting. We have a lot of people wishing to take part in this. The first people I shall invite to speak are those councillors who've signed the notice to call in the decision. Then I'm going to invite representatives of the Basingstoke Football Club to speak to us, to help us to understand the proposal that it is all about. And then members of the public. And I have a list here of people who've given notice that they want to speak. I'll call each person up to speak at the table straight in front of me, and I'll ask the next person to stand by so that we can save time on that. Then councillors who are not a member of this committee, not signatories, but in wards affected by the proposal are entitled to speak, and I'll be calling Councillor Ron Hussey. And other visiting councillors, I should be calling Councillor Jack Cousins. And then the cabinet member who's made the decision, who's Councillor John Isaacs, who's here on my left, will speak at that time. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you refer to it as my decision. Can I just point out that it's actually a cabinet decision that was taken?
Yes, so Councillor Isaac is the cabinet member who's here to speak to us on behalf of the cabinet who made this decision. Once Councillor Isaac has spoken, we'll be asking the committee, people who are sitting at the table with me, to ask any questions they want. And once those are completed, Councillor Isaac will make his final comments. Then we, the committee, will get into debate of the issues, and at the end, I hope we'll make some decisions. Now, since I hope we'll do that before 11 o'clock tonight, I am going to be fairly tight on time limits for people speaking. So the members of the public, I shall ask you to keep your time to 2 minutes. I'm going to invite the signatories in the order in which they signed the piece of paper in front of me. So, Councillor Stuart Parker. Go ahead.
Chair, before I do start and the clock ticks, can I just seek clarification? Will I and my fellow signatories to this call-in have the opportunity of asking questions of any attending officers or the portfolio holder who is in attendance?
That's not provided for in the procedure, Stuart, and as we have significant amount of time, you might like to give us notice of your questions in your presentation now, and we'll expect Councillor Isaac to respond to them.
Thank you, Chair. The format of my words probably will lead into that quite automatically. Good evening, members. I and my fellow ward councillor, Gavin James, had been advised at the beginning of this process that the old common land site was this council's least preferred option. But in the report, it states, officers have provided advice to Basingstoke Town Football Club on sites in the council's control to help it in its search for an alternative site. It is at this stage, I believe, officers and members of the administration should have protected the open space at the old common land site by making it clear it is not available for development. It is apparent they did not. Why? Let's now consider the result of the public consultation carried out by Basingstoke Town Football Club. The three most frequently raised concerns were parking by visitors to the club around River Dean, excessive traffic caused around River Dean, loss of green open space. There has been no suggestion in any reports as to how these concerns can be addressed. Why? The Cabinet are insistent on signing the legal agreements before the Council carries out their own public consultation. However, suggesting that dependent on the results of the consultation, the project may or may not proceed. There is no apparent justifiable reason to commit to the legal agreements before public consultation is carried out, but the Cabinet are doing so. Why? Now to look at the suggested community benefits of this proposed new location for the Basingstoke Town Football Club, and I choose particularly one specific: the provision of a mugger, multi-use games area. However, the council will have to meet the suggested building costs of £85,000 for the mugger and also cover the annual running costs estimated at £3,000 per annum, plus making a provision within the council budget for property maintenance. The suggestion within the report could be interpreted as implying that this is a generous gift from the football club. So what benefit is that? The council has also negotiated, we're told, the ability to use the parking spaces within the stadium complex for its own use when the football club are not using them, which would include parking for events organised by the council, such as the circus and other festivals. But in prior reports, officers have noted that for several regular events, the land left after the development remaining would not be adequate for the parking required, such as for Thornycroft's Transport, Basingstoke Live, we see it in the park, the World Party in the park down at Eastrop, and I can think of others, such as the now well-established Basingstoke Half Marathon. The council already have unfettered use of the whole site. So what benefit is the offer of future limited space? Now to consider the granting of a 150-year lease to Basingstoke Town Football Club. We have already a well-established partner in Hampshire Football Association who manage the Winklebury Football Complex, and they were only offered a 75-year lease. I very much doubt that our property services officers offered at the initial negotiations meetings with Basingstoke Town Football Club and their commercial partner, a lease of 150 years, but that is what we are ending up agreeing to. Why? Also, I am advised that at no time has any officer of this council approached the Hampshire Football Association to ask their views on the suggested alternative site at the leisure park. Why? When such expertise is readily available at a site within a few minutes walking distance of the leisure park. We have enough policies and strategies to call on to protect the green open space from development. Living landscapes, green infrastructure strategy, sustainability policy, listening to communities, green infrastructure strategy, green space standards. Are we protecting it? No. Why? Risk assessment. This council's officers have in the reports highlighted to the Cabinet the high risk strategy for the council should the proposals proceed. Has the Cabinet listened to our own officers? No. Why? Members, in the time allowed, I have only been able to highlight several of the many concerns regarding the decision taken by Cabinet. There are too many unanswered questions to allow this to proceed without further detailed analysis, and I urge you to instruct the Cabinet member to further investigate with officers and Basingstoke Town Football Club a more appropriate alternative site that will ensure the valued urban green open space can be retained for residents and future generations, in line with this council's own policies, strategies and objectives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Now, Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Chairman. Given the number of speakers and the fact I sit on this committee, I'll be very, very brief. I want to just start from the outset by saying this isn't an anti-football club thing. I absolutely support the idea of a new modern stadium to support football in the borough. And anything that the club will say in the near future, I will probably agree with entirely, except for one key issue, and that is the site selected. I believe it is the wrong site. It's green open space that's been in public hands since 1267, which means it's 747 years old. If it was a building, it'd be protected and no one would go near it because it's a piece of land, it seems, and it's in the urban area. The Conservatives are happy to build on it. It's absolutely the wrong site for so many reasons, which I will cover tonight. But the important reason for the call-in is that it's a decision that's lifelong. We always say, what's the biggest decision we make as councillors? And people often respond with the budget. It's a nonsense. You get a budget wrong, you can put it right next year, you can just change a few lines and it's absolutely fine, you can change it during the year. Development is the biggest decision we make. 747 years of history is about to be decided by the Cabinet member, and I think that decision's been taken far too lightly at the moment, and that's the reason for this scrutiny, to actually look at it properly and consider all the evidence rather than making off-the-cuff decisions that can never be reversed.
Thank you, Councillor Gavin James. I now call Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by asking the members of the committee to look at the appendix that relates to the risk assessment. I have grave concerns that we as a council are making a decision when you look at those risk assessments. If you look at the operational economic risks related to this decision, there is a medium likelihood of this scheme of the stadium failing. If you then look at the planning application, there is a medium likelihood of this application not getting planning permission. We are actually, or we weren't even going to until we challenged, we were going to do 2 adverts in the local paper to consult with the public of in the town, but we are going to take away open space in the urban area and there is a medium likelihood that the scheme will foul, and there's a medium likelihood that we won't get planning permission. But the problem being is that the land will be built on before the planning permission happens. So what happens if planning permission doesn't happen at the other end, or is unable to get anything developed on it because of where it is? I have concerns that we are, in relation to this decision, letting the football club down because we are saying that they're likely to fail. We don't want a football club to fail in this town. We need a football club to be successful. What happens if it does fail? Whose responsibility is it then to fund this? Are we going to end up with a white elephant in the middle of our town? I also want to talk about the space itself. This is a natural green space. It isn't a park. It is a natural green space. There's very little natural green space within the town centre. Within my own ward of Norden, we have an under-provision of open space, a significant under-provision of open space, and therefore these areas are essential to the town centre and to the urban area. And if we are going to see more and more development happen in our town, we need to protect these places and we need to value them. And as part of the Labour group, we brought forward a motion that said that we want to protect parks and open spaces. This is why we want to protect it. We need to say, as a council, we value these places. We want them to be there. Doesn't mean that we don't want the football club to be successful. It doesn't mean that we don't want them to have a home. But this home is not the right place. And I think it was said earlier, another time, if this happens, there will be such hostility towards that football club, and that's not what we want. We want there to be a really successful club in our town, and we want it to have the support of the people of this town. I also have concerns, and I've raised this before many times outside of this decision with a cabinet member, but also with the chief executive, about the consultation. I think it's very flawed. I had a commitment from the chief executive that we would have more consultation than was promised, which was just the 2 adverts in the paper. And I want to know, what is that consultation? What form will it take? And I want to know what weight will be given to the community. I'd like to see that consultation in full before a decision is made. I need to understand that. We have significant members of the football club. Will they be given the same weight as the community in the area? If you think about the football club, they have family and friends. They could outnumber the community of this town. We need to find out, what weight will the community be given? How are you going to consult? And how is that process going to work? What also worries me is we're actually going to do consultation while we sign the legal agreements. So the Cabinet will sign the legal agreements, and I just don't understand that. I did say that at Cabinet. I don't understand why you would sign a legal agreement and do that piece of work and then do a consultation afterwards. And I don't believe that the community in this town have faith in this borough anymore when we behave like that. I think that we have to demonstrate that we are committed to the borough and the residents. And if we are going to consult, we're going to consult, and then we will then carry out whatever the outcome of that consultation is. It's not a tick box exercise. If we are going to do it well, we need to consult first and then act on the outcomes of that consultation. The other point I want to raise is in 5.46, it talks about vehicular and pedestrian access. I'd like to understand what you mean by that. Is it that London Road is going to be closed off to anything other than emergency vehicles? Or is it only during the football, when the football's on? What happens if Councillor Harvey, who lives in Blackdown, wants to come along to a meeting or go somewhere in the town? Does it mean he can't travel that road during that time? Is that road closed off to anyone other than those who have an emergency? If I can have some answers to that. And maybe Anneli as well. The other thing I want to say is when this report came to the committee, the EPP committee, there was lots of reservations from that committee. But one of the resolved items of that committee was, and the committee said that if you make this decision, Cabinet, you have to work with the group leaders in drawing up those legal agreements. I can categorically assure you that at no time have I had any discussions with anybody regarding this. I have pushed and pushed and pushed to try to find out what's going on, and at no time has anybody talked to me. I would like to see that legal agreement as a leader of the council, a group leader. I have never seen it. I want to understand what it's about. In relation to due diligence, I need to understand the risks. If you look at the risks within that matrix, they're all red flag, and they're all some really red flags flying there. And I want to understand why they are, and I want to see in relation to that viability. I want to understand what the viability is for this being successful. I want to understand why we as a council are giving away, or are a part of this deal giving away open space to retail. What is the impact going to be on the town centre? What impact assessment has been undertaken in relation to the loss of open space? There's lots of things I want to see as a group leader, and I haven't seen, and I don't think that this decision is fit for purpose, and I urge you to think again. I think that we need to do a big piece of work. I wish the football club well. I know that they need a new home. I know that they need to do, we need to ensure that they are successful in this town, as are many other sports organisations. But at the same time, I do not want them to have this piece of open space on the old common road, and I will do everything in my power to ensure that I work to oppose that happening, and I think it's the wrong decision to happen. So please think again. I need lots of answers to lots of questions that I haven't been given, and particularly I think it was raised by Stuart. This is a natural piece of open space. I remember sitting in planning and infrastructure over many nights talking about our biodiversity strategy. Where does this link with our biodiversity strategy? And I'm not sure it does. So please think again, and I cannot, under any circumstance, support this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Now, Councillor Mark Taylor, please.
Hi, Chair. My reasons for signing this call-in application is 3 points. My first point is a loss of green spaces. Once they're gone, they're gone. People in Basingstoke need more green spaces. We can't keep taking them away, because one day there'll be nothing left. My second point is let me state my reasons, another reasons for doing it, is I'm a football supporter first and foremost. Basingstoke needs a good football club, because it boosts the town. Me personally, I'm a football supporter. I had a season ticket for 28 years, so you'll see where I'm coming from. But my reasons are, is it value for money? Last season, the average attendance was 350. If they go to the new ground and it's 700, that's 700 people. If then you times that by 10 who's going to be using it when the team are not playing, that's 7,000. It's not value for money for the people of Basingstoke that are paying this. My third reason is going to be the knock-on effect that if this application's gone and the Camrose ground is then used for retail, we've got Tesco's who are coming back in. It's for the people of Brighton Hill, the people of South Ham. That Brighton Hill roundabout is a nightmare. When I was campaigning for the council, the main people said is that Brighton Hill roundabout, we can't let Tesco back in because of the state of the roundabout. And that's the main reason I have signed this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for your brevity. Now, Councillor Martin Bierman. Carry on.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that I also support the work of the football club tremendously. I wish it well in the future and hope it will thrive, and I wouldn't want to do anything that would interfere with that. Not least because, all being well, I'll soon be a granddad to a young lad whose father had the opportunity to play professionally, and it might be in his blood, so there might be an opportunity for our family to finally make their name in sport, which would be a laugh in many ways. But so I'm absolutely, totally supportive of the club. But I felt it essential to sign this call-in for a number of reasons. The principal one must be the question of the level of debate that hasn't existed, i.e. there's not been proper debate either with the public or with members, both of which are important, come from a different angle. So in the absence of that, the decision proposed was flawed in my view. The suggestion that the abandoned Camrose area should be used for retail worries me tremendously. We now have a new application for Tesco just across the road, and to make it manageable, hey presto, we have housing included with their application. Now, if they can't justify doing total retail on one side of the road, how are we going to possibly justify a complete retail park on the other side of the road, which will be detached? And bear in mind, in the local plan process, which you're very well aware, Chair, we were talking about shopping and retail areas, and it was decided very firmly that the Winchester Road area was not a retail area in the context of the local plan, and yet suddenly we're finding it quite acceptable to possibly put up, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here, I should be used to these things by now, to put up, pardon?
I think it's too close.
I'm too close.
If you speak like that, I think we'll be fine. Without getting close to it.
Thank you very much, Councillor. No, I'm sure I've lost it altogether there. Should we do a halfway house? How's that? Everybody happy then? Yeah. Okay, so I'll go back to bubbling occasionally. As I say, I think the use of that as a retail park is very questionable. And ironically, this afternoon, I went to an exhibition initially for members and then for the public to do with a reuse of part of the Hampshire Business Park. For those that don't know it, that's the little bit of to the north of the Chinham Business Park that's still owned by Hampshire County Council in part, but a little corner of land, a triangle of land there, that is proposed to convert from retail and commercial use to housing. So the trend is not to open up land and use it for yet further retail, it is to convert such areas to housing. So if the Camrose area were coming onto the market, any use there should be for housing, and the papers suggest that therefore it wouldn't stack up. I hope it will stack up so that the football club can go somewhere else. It also worries me that within the process and the information provided, there have been several mistakes, some already mentioned by colleagues, and incidentally I totally support the remarks of colleagues so far. One that alarmed me was this latest bit of information that we'd calculated the acreage all wrong. Well, if we can't get something as simple as the space that we're talking about right in the report, it does worry me about some of the other evidence. We're talking about eating into common land. Bear in mind, common land is very special status, and here we are proposing yet further creeping into this and causing further loss of it. The hotel was one such thing. There have been other bits of land that have been eaten away, and in itself you might say, well, this is bearable, but as each little bit goes, we reduce the value of the land, and land in inner urban areas is the more valuable land than that on the periphery of the town. So for heaven's sake, we shouldn't be giving up that type of land, however worthy the use. The report suggests that we could use the car park as a drop-off point for Costello School. Now, I'm a governor of Four Lanes School, and like all schools in the town and probably the nation, there's a problem of parking and access around schools. So, being innovative, the governors at Four Lanes Schools negotiated with the local pub, such that the pub, whose car park isn't normally being used at the start of the day, could be a drop-off point to get to the schools. About 2 cars use that, 2 cars, because the people, just like fellow councillors who can't walk from the proper car park, they have to park in the bay outside the door here because they can't walk the distance to the car park. The same with everybody else. They just can't walk more than 20 metres. So the likelihood of this providing a serious alleviation of the problems around Costello School is a joke. It's much further away from Costello School than Chinham Arms pub is from the Four Lanes site, and if they can't do it there, they certainly won't do it for this distance that's being proposed. I also note with interest that in paragraph 5.4.3, there's a reference to future expansion. Well, I'm all in favour of having a site that can be expanded should the club do tremendously well, and I'm sure with the enthusiasm of the management team there's a good chance that it will do well. But what will happen? Further loss of car parking spaces. It will eat into the car parking spaces that are being provided, and therefore there'll be less car parking space for public events, as is being suggested will be the case with the present provision, which is under provision compared with what we have at the moment. So that's not exactly a positive point in terms of the new arrangements. Also 5.4.6, I think Councillor Aurora James might have misinterpreted the wording on that a little. I interpreted that to mean not the closure of London Road, but access onto London Road from the site. And if that's the case, I can see that at certain times one might wish to restrict vehicular access from the site onto London Road. I cannot for the life of me see any reason for restricting pedestrian or indeed cycle access to and from the site. So I would like that clarified either by officers or somebody who can give useful information on that. So with all that and all that's been said so far by others, I'd just like to ask the Scrutiny Committee to ask for the Cabinet to do a review of the sites that might be available through the borough, because I'm quite confident a better site can be found, and that should be done in advance of signing any agreements, provisional agreements, half agreements or any other bit of paper, and that one does that job first before one then starts doing the serious business of entering into agreements, even if there are clauses to break the agreements. I don't think that's acting in good faith if one signs bits that one's really not 100% serious about at the time of signing, which is the implication in the latest paperwork on it. Thank you, members, for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Bierman. Now, Councillor Gary Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I come as a Southam councillor and I come from a Southam perspective on this matter. Why is the council not consulting Southam residents over this plan to sell the Camrose site off? This borough owns 29% of the Camrose site. It should be consulting Southam residents. And why hasn't this council consulted Southam local councillors on what we'd like to do with that 29%? I know this council has set a precedent over not consulting Southam residents, because they didn't consult was over £800,000 it spent of taxpayers' money on the coffee shop at the leisure park. Why is the council selling its freehold for retail and not for local housing? This is a brownfield site. It's an ideal site for housing. In the local plan, I think we plan to build 11,000 houses over the next 15 years. And in those 15,000 houses, there's 100 at Downgrange site, which is a few hundred yards away from the proposed Camrose site. So we're quite prepared to build on greenfield site, and within a few hundred yards on a brownfield site, we're quite prepared to let it go for retail. That's absurd, Mr. Chairman, and I think the council should be ashamed of that. And everything, what evidence does the council have that Basingstoke in particular, in this area of Basingstoke, that another retail park is needed? I mean, we had a retail study a few years ago, which I remember, that said that Basingstoke, we had an overcapacity of retail parks. And as far as I'm aware, that retail study is still on the table. Surely another out-of-town retail park is going to be a death knell for the town centre. There's only so much money that people got, and we just can't keep going around building retail parks without proper feasibility studies. As already been mentioned by other members, I mean, Tesco's have submitted a pre-application. We have a retail park. It's quite likely that will get passed. We'll have a retail park across the road at the old Smith site. We'll have a retail park here at the Camrose. It's already been stated that Brighton Hill Roundabout is at full capacity at the moment. What impact study has the council done on the impact of that? I think there's far too many questions for this to proceed. I would like some answers to some of those questions that I asked, and I would urge the Cabinet not to proceed with this development. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard from all the signatories to this call-in. Now I would like to hear from Basingstoke Town Football Club, who I believe are represented here. Now, feel free to organise your presentation as you see fit, but can you limit yourself to 10 minutes, please?
There's three of us, Mr. Chairman, and we will only be 2 or 3 minutes each. Okay. Thank you, members. My name's David Knight. I'm the company secretary at Basingstoke Town Football Club. Firstly, I'd like to thank the councillors who have already spoken about their kind words about wanting to see the football club progress and how important it is to the town. That's much appreciated. Obviously, the club has been in discussions with the council for a number of years, looking at various sites, some of which are documented in the papers that you have. And some of them were ruled out by the council, and we've ended, obviously, looking at the site on London Road. This town deserves a new stadium. It needs one. It's the one thing that's lacking from a town that's developed with its the leisure park, which has also had additional facilities on since that was last mentioned in the 2012 report. And obviously, as I said, with the shopping centre developing, a new stadium is needed for this town. The two planning applications would need to go in. It's been mentioned about the current Camrose site, and obviously what is developed on there would be down to the planning application that goes in. And the new stadium has to be operational before the old site can be developed, so that football continues and the club aren't left homeless. So that has already been documented. We think also that the new stadium, not only providing a fantastic facility for the town, will also be able to be used for other events as well. And that's got to be important to be taken into consideration. I'd like to thank everybody's time that's been spent on this, and as I said, from the club's point of view, we have worked with the council all the way through this process, and we hope that the matter continues forward in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Good afternoon, my name is Jack Miller. I'm a local resident of Riverdene and a supporter of Basingstoke Town Football Club. I echo the thanks for the support for the football club we've listened to this evening so far. Bit of information on myself. I'm a Basingstoke Town supporter since I was 7, my dad since the 60s and my granddad since the 1940s. As a 5th generation Basingstoke resident, I feel passionate about the town and our town's football club. And I'm fully in support of the project going ahead on the proposed site. Partly due to how committed I am to the football club, I've cemented my roots into the town. The town is growing both in population and in popularity, and I feel that a football ground is much needed in the town. I, amongst other loyal and devoted supporters, volunteer at the football club in any way I can, from selling programmes to painting the stands. Basingstoke Town Football Club is over 115 years old, and it's my understanding that the business and marketing side of the club is the strongest it's ever been, and this will only snowball with the new stadium being able to offer great facilities and a match day experience. Speaking about the car parking spaces, there are 346 car parking spaces, and living opposite the area that's used for current car parking access is currently restricted to that area. And going back to Councillor Parker's note earlier that it was used for East Drop, it's been locked as far back as I can see, and access is fully restricted with a gate and logs also there, so car parking isn't used for the aforementioned events. It is, in fact, I know, used for Basingstoke Live, but I feel that ample parking will be available there. A lot of residents, I can understand, will be against it, as of a lot of residents for it. But I think the vast majority that I've spoken to may be younger than the ones here, possibly. But I feel confident that it won't affect them in any way. The Hilton Hotel, 141 rooms, 12 function rooms, I don't know it's even there. It's tucked away behind the trees. No, it doesn't affect me in any way. It's understandable that a few will be against it, but I feel that if they're given the correct, honest and impartial information on operational details of the plans, they may be able to form a better opinion. It's well noted that the most successful football grounds are those intrinsically embedded in the heart of the community, and Basingstoke Town is a community-driven club, only last year receiving a grant from the Football Conference to continue the good work which the club continually does for children, teenagers, the homeless and disability football. The support of our club as a whole, in my opinion, is impeccable and unquestionable, which was recognised by the FA's Respect Award last month for the club and its fans embracing the FA Respect campaign. In my opinion, the new ground suits the area and the area suits the ground, with transport links and other infrastructure already there. Having a football club boasting attractive facilities for the town's community to be proud of in the heart of Basingstoke can only be a good thing for the town as a whole for generations to come. I want my children to be able to go to a football club that they can be proud of, and their children and so on. So I feel a correct decision has been made in selecting Old Common as Basingstoke Town's new home. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good evening. My name's Simon Hood. I volunteer at the football club. Last November I won the Inspire Award for the North Hampshire Young Business Person of the Year. So I wanted to talk about the actual benefit it would have to the town centre and the businesses within the town. Because it would be in the town, it would be part of the community, and traffic would go through that town to develop that. The other thing I wanted to make clear was that it is a community stadium. It would be open to the community and we would host community events. So Basingstoke Live would still happen, but it would happen better than ever before because you'd be able to use the stadium for it to happen. We currently help a number of local businesses within Basingstoke to promote their football clubs, to promote their companies through advertising. If we're in the town centre and we can advertise in them, they can go straight after the football to them locations, and we can help them even more in a better, more up-to-date stadium. So for me, it's not just about how the local resident community, it's the business community that also needs to be considered, because the business community will also make Basingstoke so special and Basingstoke an amazing place to live. I'm not from Basingstoke. I moved to Basingstoke 5 years ago. My local club, I go and support Wimbledon because the facilities here for me aren't that great. But if there was a good club in the centre of my town on my doorstep, I could easily go and watch the club. But it's going to be an exciting couple of years. So I will leave it in your hands, but I would just like to say it is a community club, open for everyone to use, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you answer a question to the member?
It depends what it is.
That's your privilege.
It's just to clarify a point you made that the Basingstoke Live could still happen would be better than ever. We're expecting something like 33,000 people to turn up Basingstoke Live this weekend, and it's going to be better in your 5,000 capacity stadium. Can you define better?
Okay, because Basingstoke Live is all about Basingstoke, isn't it? It's not just focused on one area of Basingstoke. It should be a festival, what happens all across Basingstoke. So I'm not saying it should just move to the stadium at all. That should be part of it and part of the event. Does that help, or are you still got questions?
Thank you very much. So there's no one else wishes to speak for Basingstoke Town Football Club? 2 minutes.
I would have liked to have asked the first speaker, but there didn't seem to be any opportunity, whether what the football club's view would be to the site being provided out of town somewhere near the motorway, as opposed to in the centre of town.
Sorry, Sven, I'm not going to allow you to do that because I do want to get a decision by 11 o'clock, or hopefully sooner. Now I'm going to invite the members of the public to speak. I'm going to go in the order in which I think you put your names forward, and I'm going to allow you each 2 minutes, and there will be a timer on. Will Debbie Reevell first come forward, and will David Dry stand by to follow her, please? If you push the rectangular button in front of you.
Oh, good evening. Hi. I'm Debbie Reevell, Basingstoke Heritage Society. Just a little history of the open space. 5 acres of War Memorial Park, purchased by the townspeople as a permanent memorial to the dead of World War I, were taken for the Ringway in 1972. The 20-acre Old Common was created. Of this, 6.4 acres is still open space. The rest has gone. That's all that's left, 6.4 acres. Why should we retain open space? Even with Skyline Plaza completed, nearly 1,000 new homes are in planning now, all within the Ringway, and not a scrap more open space. This space is used. It's used by walkers and dog walkers. It's used as parking for events in War Memorial Park, and just as open space. We need it, and these new 1,000 people will need it too. Why should we be anxious about Cabinet's decision? Well, there are very clear warnings in the officer's report to Cabinet, which have been gone over, so I'm not going to say much about them.
1 minute.
Sorry?
1 minute, please.
Okay, just to pick out from the officer's report, they say it's simply impossible to verify whether this will be achieved. That's the higher gates at the new stadium. Irrespective of the attractiveness, attendances will be affected by the performance of the team, which is a complete unknown. The average attendance at matches in the next league up is 1,866. The implications of this going wrong, the council would remain the landowner. If the club overreaches and goes bust, the council would own the stadium. Who would pay? We would pay. The stadium on the Old Common will create traffic and noise nuisance affecting a pleasant residential area, and we, the townspeople, will have lost another bit of open space forever. As to the new retail park on the Camrose, I have nothing really to say about that except Brighton Hill Roundabout. We look forward, I think, to a better consultation than the very poor one that was done by the football club, which resulted in such a tiny number of responses, of which I think 42.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm done, am I? Okay, thank you.
David Dry, please. And will Marion Wolftoncroft stand by, please? You've just turned it off.
Dear, is that better? Yeah, yes, you can hear my dulcet tones. I've really got some difficulty understanding the rationale surrounding these relocation plans for the football ground at Tui Strop. The first I knew of it was a publication of the original glossy brochures that only featured the Strop's site. Then, to the meetings at various locations have produced only a lukewarm acceptance of the proposals from locals. This is, if you exclude the results from the football club soirees, which were remarkably robust. I'm not really shocked about that, actually. More recently, we've been faced with a cabinet meeting of a committee featuring 7 Tory councillors who mainly represent the villages. These people were to pontificate on the decision that only impinges on the town centre. I really don't get it.
Sorry, but this whole episode reeks of a done deal. It demonstrates bias, is blatantly undemocratic. Perhaps, is Basingstoke going to become a modern-day rotten borough? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Now, the original sites put forward had some merits, but the real problem is that other sites owned by the council were not even on the shortlist. What would be wrong in copying the Reading example of moving the football ground to an edge of town site where its location does not upset the locals? Many Down is an obvious choice, but was excluded because of political machinations against any sort of development at that time. I note that the courts have latterly forced the hand of the council, and this land is now available for redevelopment, which it wasn't in the first instance. Perhaps it's time to go back to the drawing board on this matter and use a greenfield site that's not as precious and irreplaceable as the old common site in Eastrop.
Thank you. Now, Marion Wolfton-Croft, and will Helen Richards stand by, please?
Councillors, this report to me illustrates a complete conflict of interest within the borough. The borough will gain just under £1 million if it approves this scheme and the car parking spaces and the Mugger site. As it stands, there is no way that the council can make a disinterested planning decision because it is so financially in both sides of the deal. The designated open space at Black Dam is one of the few natural open spaces remaining near the town centre, as councillors have said. The council is the custodian of this land, not the landowner to exploit it. Going through the motions of a public consultation on the fate of this space, as they must do by law, after the redevelopment has been agreed in principle, is disingenuous in the extreme and illustrates again this conflict of interest. The scale of the development, which proposes a facility 15 times greater than the current use of the facility, which is admittedly run down and unattractive, calls into question the whole viability of the scale of the development proposed. The consultation process was totally unsatisfactory, asking 4,000 households and members of the public, of which only 6% chose to respond at all, and only 4% were in favour, tells me that 96% of those consulted either didn't care one bit or were actively against it. The conversion of the old site to retail is now acknowledged to be a potential white elephant, as retail expansion is not required and there is an awful lot of land around that area which can be used for retail. Councillors have highlighted the high financial risk of the project as it stands.
Thank you very much.
And I call into question the whole report. Thank you.
Helen Richards now, and will Peter Warren stand by?
Good evening. I'm Helen Richards, an Eastrop resident. My first concern is the way statistics have been collected and interpreted. In 2012, the football club's own questionnaires were collected at uninformative presentations, which showed fanciful and vague artist impressions of barely visible buildings surrounded by acres of green space. Then, by crudely averaging out results from different areas, these spurious questionnaires are said to show broad support for the relocation. In fact, there was only 39% broad support from Eastrop, whilst a staggering 85% of those near Camrose thought an inevitably noisy and disruptive retail park would be a preferable neighbour than continuing to have the football club as a neighbour. My second point is that so far the public has had no hard facts on which to be consulted. The public has not been informed that the Old Common is currently protected against development. The public has not seen the more recent plans showing the true extent of the development here. Almost the entire site will be built on.
1 minute, please.
We've had conflicting information on the additional uses of the stadium for events. Because the football club is now an unlimited company, we cannot see the club's recent financial results. We do not know what will become of the Old Common site if the club fails to miraculously improve its on-field performance or fails to finance the new stadium. Thirdly, I do not think the ecological and community value of the protected open green space of the Old Common has been assessed. at all. My own back garden is, and the nearby site of importance for nature conservation at Blackdown Roundabout was, home to an enormous variety of wildlife. We do not know if there are also internationally protected dormice and rare invertebrates on the Old Common, as there were at Blackdown. As more new housing is built with little or no private outdoor space, we need to be protecting our public open spaces, used by many Basingstoke residents as their own back garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Warren, and will Paul Beavers stand by, please?
My name is Peter Warren. I'm a resident of Eastrop. For 48 years prior to retirement, I was a construction professional. I've analysed the proposed scheme and conclude that it will wreak havoc on Eastrop and Blackdown. However, I am constrained to the following. I refer to the written ministerial statement dated the 10th of June 2014 of the Conservative Member of Parliament and Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, Eric Pickles, with particular reference to the government's plans to increase house building on brownfield land, and I quote, "Councils will play a critical role in bringing forward suitable, unused and previously developed land." And he goes on, "Our aim is to see permissions for building housing in place on more than 90% of suitable brownfield sites by 2020, which could provide 200,000 new homes." Having noted various initiatives to assist local authorities in achieving this aim, the Secretary of State ends his written statement with the following. "These measures, taken together with our existing policies and initiatives, will remove obstacles to developing suitable brownfield sites, ensuring that we focus on building the new homes that we need while protecting the green spaces we all value. In view of the coalition government's requirement for a massive increase in building homes across the country, and the Secretary of State's written statement requiring that at the same time green spaces are protected, I have two questions. One, why is the Camrose site not being developed for desperately needed housing? And two, why is it proposed to construct a football stadium on the green space of Basingstoke Common when, as I am reliably informed and others have said, there are entirely viable brownfield sites available elsewhere within the confines of Basingstoke?"
Thank you. Paul Beavers, and will Alan Stone stand by, please?
On environment, the council plan states, "Protect, restore, reconnect and expand biodiversity and the rural nature of our borough through better management of our woodlands, parks and open spaces." What we are seeing is a net loss for every single one of those criteria. 2. This proposal destroys a piece of open land for public use, in inverted commas, in an area where many people do not have gardens and where there is no offer of compensatory space, and by an authority where open space is undervalued. There is no credible business case for this plan. Only 350 people regularly attend, down on previous years. The stadium may be used as a public venue for as little as 2 hours a fortnight. That is no justification for taking away the Old Common. If the football business fails, the justification for taking the green space will have evaporated. The community will be left with either a different scheme that might have been placed on a brownfield site elsewhere, e.g. the leisure park, or councils will decide they might as well build houses. The number of jobs claimed is unchallenged and unbelievable. They will be low skilled, low paid, part-time, and not the high value or full-time jobs we aspire to. 50% of the Camrose will be wasted by car parking. Housing would make more sense. For this council to approve its own plans for open space disposal and retail on a site better suited to housing would be seen as another example of a contrived misuse of the planning system. The council might consider investing in better community sports facilities, e.g. at some secondary schools, perhaps commercially managed, perhaps at the 45-acre leisure park. Finally, sorry, that's it. Thank you.
Alan Stone, and will Dr. David Williams stand by, please?
Hello, I'm Alan Stone. As many of you know, I run a few businesses in the top of the town, all of which are in the East Drop ward and affected by the proposed move of the football club. I was here for the cabinet meeting on the move of the football club to the Old Common. The business plan looks a little bit shaky, but that's, in my mind, is not really our concern. That's down to the football club and their business plan. I was a little bit disappointed to find out the consultation had already happened. As far as I'm aware, and I did a tour of the shops at the top of the town today, none of them have been consulted, and they are the ones that are going to have the 7,000 odd marauding football fans walking through there on a Saturday afternoon. I questioned many of the business owners that were available to talk as I could today. None of them knew of the consultation. Most of them were not happy with the development of public open space. All of them thought that if you had to develop the field, then between Basingstoke Council and Basingstoke Football Club, they should replace the public open space with new public open space elsewhere. Most of the businesses were against the move, worried about noise, parking, rowdy behaviour, etc. These issues should be ironed out by your planning officers and by the police. The majority of the businesses I talked to today, around 70% of them, were, like myself, in full support of the move. We think it'll enhance the town centre, bring more life to the town centre and do the business of the town centre a lot more good. Basingstoke Football Club has the right to develop and grow. We as a town should be behind the team, giving it our full support, and as it gives its support to the town. It is a great youth training scheme, and I'm sure the bigger the club gets, the more it'll do for the town. If this is the best site that our council and its officers can find, then it has to be the best site. It's up for you guys to decide that. That's your job. That's why you get paid. Now for the real question of it. Can you please put this through to full council? It is an important site. It was common land. It's not common land anymore. Can you please promise to get a full and proper consultation out so the real issues can be thrashed out? And can Basingstoke Council and Basingstoke Football Club please commit to what my consultation shows is the bigger issue? Will you please replace the public open space with more public open space should you choose to use it?
Thank you. David Williams, and will Hannah Williams stand by, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillors, I have 2 points for your consideration. The first is a social one, and the second is a money one. I oppose the proposals and question the Cabinet's decisions. They have agreed to deny the people of Basingstoke, and especially those in the central wards, of the use of public open space. They have agreed to lease 6.5 acres. That is the size of 6.5 football pitches for 150 years lease, 150 years lease at no rent. A growing population will be deprived of access to an important and valuable public open space, which is used by local people in particular and others who enjoy the open space. The second point is the money involved and the high disproportional risk of financial liabilities to the council. The risk of the club facing insolvency is mentioned several times in the council report, with severe implications to the council if the council was faced with maintaining an unwanted stadium up to £100,000 a year. The financial support depends on numbers attending matches and is based on 300 per home match, rising to 800 in a proposed 5,000-seater stadium. I and others requested details of the proposed contracts and finances from the council under the Freedom of Information Act. This is part of the reply. Disclosure of this document, i.e. the proposed contract, would be likely to jeopardise further negotiation and the commercial and financial position of the council and potentially third parties involved.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams.
Could I just say 5 seconds, please?
Carry on then.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is considered that disclosure in the public domain may result in the questioning of the terms on an unprofessional basis, which would be likely to put the council into a difficult position. It could also potentially weaken the council's position in negotiation final terms. That, in fact, tells us you're not going to get the information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hannah Williams, and will Phil Heath stand by?
Yes, we are married, but we have minds of our own. Just
That's true.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, when the football stadium is built, I would like it to be the best football stadium in the south of England. Reach for the stars has always been my mantra for Basingstoke. So it is right and very important that we get it absolutely right. A few years ago, I had my 2 minutes with the Cabinet, oh yes, when I, with others, pleaded, begged them not to allow more flats on London Road until something had been done about the safety of that road. I live here, I go up and down, I'm there several times. They didn't take any notice of us. They ignored us, people that live here. One councillor asked me where did I live? Top of Crossborough Hill. I'm fine, I'm all right up there. It was not a personal request. It was because I could see danger. I thought I'd spoken very passionately. I remember my last sentence. I said, there is an accident waiting to happen. Didn't take any notice. Sadly, not just sadly, shamefully, a young girl had to die before they made alterations to that road. Now they have spent thousands putting 4 islands in the road. And yes, it has made an improvement. But if anybody here thinks that that isn't a dangerous road, they are being positively naive. It is still dangerous. And I can tell you now, I'm going to stand to say this so that you will remember my saying it. There is an accident waiting to happen if more traffic is brought through that area. Please, this committee, do something to make the Cabinet see sense.
Thank you very much. Now, Phil Heath, and will Lynn Thorne stand by, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm here as a resident of Basingstoke, and I would like to be consulted, just like the residents of Eastrop or Southam or anywhere, because this is Basingstoke we're talking about. Now, I'm a community consultation expert, and I've dealt with most of the big developers throughout the land. The way the Cabinet's gone through this decision, I believe they're actually making the right decision, but arrogant and without consultation. Arrogant in that it's a full council Cabinet decision, but only one Cabinet member can be bothered to turn up. They're incompetent because they can't negotiate a good deal no matter what happens. We've seen that with the Waitrose deal. Every time they go for a development, money gets wasted. I would say, if the leader of the Labour Party wants to know what's going on, I was leader of the Conservatives in opposition. You don't come here and squeal. You go in, you grab an officer, who's in charge, sit down, I want the file, show it to me. I did that with the leisure park when it came to the swimming pool, and they couldn't say no. Don't bleat about it, get in and look at it. I know politically it sounds really great to come in and say, I haven't got the information, but please. Deal with it. The other thing, this is an important piece of land, and it's about time this council had a green for green policy. If you're going to take one piece of green land away, as Alan said earlier, you should be protecting another to make sure that usable green space is kept. Otherwise, you end up with a lot of unusable green space. So please, Cabinet, have a look at this I think you've made the right decision. You've made it in the wrong way. Most of what people are complaining about is to do with the planning application, and I agree with what they're saying a lot about it. But actually, this site is perfect for fans to travel in by bus or by train and walk instead of using cars. This is the best site for a football stadium, particularly for the community and schools in the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Thorne, and if Edward Dawson wishes to speak, will he stand by now, please?
Good evening. There were two statements made by the committee meeting on the 24th of June. The first, which was very derogatory to all residents who live in or near town centres, many of whom have no choice in where they live, only the availability of affordable housing. It appears the councillor is saying that if you choose to live close to a town, you are not entitled to the same quality of life as other people.
Well said.
Our family chose to live and move to Eastrop over 10 years ago. The ward is cleaner and quieter than where we used to live within the outskirts of Basingstoke. With the exception of the school runs, London Road is never congested. The only disturbance we get is noise pollution from the occasional siren from a vehicle leaving the police station and the daily weekday road sweep of London Road. To go through to the due diligence, how can an error in the size of the land affected at the Old Common be made by increasing
1 minute, please.
by 1.5 acres, but no increase in the value? The second comment made on the 24th of June by the chair of the committee over his confusion on what was the Old Common and the Memorial Park. I must apologise, as we all shouted that they were separate sites. However, upon digging deeper, there are 3 separate council references to the Old Common being part and parcel of the Memorial Park. If this is the case, I ask whether they can actually get rid of the land. The decision made goes totally against the council's green infrastructure policy, which is included in the Basingstoke and Deane local plan for 2011 to 29, which is currently awaiting approval, especially against policy EM5. It's also against the council's own living landscapes natural environment strategy. The BTFC's business case is prime concern that the stadium is not correct at present, and that they want a new stadium that provide attendance to 800 attendees. In a league game, that amounts to 1.5 days of entertainment to 800 people per annum.
Thank you very much.
Can I just finish this last sentence, please?
Set the precedent, so you...
Thank you. Basingstoke and Deane's 2011 census states the population of Basingstoke is nearly 168,000. Are the 168,000 people of Basingstoke to lose the green space for 800 people? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Edward Dawson.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Edward Dawson from Campaign to Protect Rural England, CPRE. My job this evening is to ask you to reconsider or make sure that the Cabinet reconsiders the decision it's made on this site. Usually we are concerned with the maintenance of land in rural areas, in open spaces in rural areas. But a number of people have contacted me about this particular site, and we work with colleagues such as the Basingstoke Heritage Society, which you've heard from this evening. We consider that the loss of green spaces in urban areas is very important and shouldn't be taken lightly. It's not an easy decision to make. I fully understand that, but it is important, particularly a town which is likely to see significant growth. Then as much of the green infrastructure, to use the current jargon, as possible should be retained, and it should be also subject, any proposal should be subject, as I'm sure you know, sir, to very detailed public consultation and involvement. Thank you very much. So I hope that you will see that there is a need to reconsider this. Councillor Bierman referred to the loss of common land or former common land. Again, these are concerns that have
happened over a long period of time. The erosion that has occurred to these open spaces is not something that should be ignored by a council of this standing. I hope that you will find the ability to reconsider this and make sure that the decision finally is a sustainable one and has the full support of the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have two visiting councillors. I'll call Councillor Ron Hussey, who's a councillor for Grove Ward, which is affected by the scheme.
Thank you, Chairman. I think what's clear this evening is there's a lot of support for the football club in this town. And support for the football club to have a new improved facility, which would be an asset to this town. It would help the local economy. And it's for Basingstoke, so it's really important that we choose the right site, one that can grow as the club grows, and one that grows as the site gets more and more popular for other events and activities. But to do this, we need to look at a range of options with objective criteria to assess each one. We can then compare the strengths and weaknesses of each possible site and make sure that we get the right choice for the football club, the right choice for its supporters, the right choice for growth, and the right choice for residents, my residents in Blackdown. This site is only 200 metres away across the ponds to the Blackdown houses. So a football stadium off Old Common Road needs to be assessed to gauge the impact on Blackdown residents, not just Riverdene and Rosebanks, but Blackdown as well. Warm summer nights, children in bed, bedroom windows open, an open-air concert or pop concert with heavy bass booming. I've seen no evidence to suggest that noise in residential areas has been even considered. Old Common Road is used by many residents as a route to town. Just imagine the cars trying to leave the car park after a football game. 180 cars, 6 leaving a minute. The last car is going to be queuing for 30 minutes before it gets off the site. They won't wait that long. But the visitors, the football supporters, they'll park elsewhere. Just like at Camrose, but they have to put cones down along Buckland Avenue to prevent people parking in residential areas. We don't want cones in Riverdene and Rosebanks. Where will residents park? Where will the visitors park on match days? No impact assessment. With a project like this, why can't we approach it like an invitation to tender, specifying our criteria for success, and then evaluating the options and presenting the outcome to members for members to make the decision? Not behind closed doors with the cabinet. This decision seems to be based on asking the football club to take its pick. Even Forrest Gump knows better than that with a box of chocolates. My residents deserve better. Basingstoke deserves better. Let's help the football club to get a much-deserved modern ground in the best location for all. One based on objective criteria and thorough evaluation, and one that will stand up to scrutiny, because this one doesn't. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I should have mentioned that councillors are entitled to 4 minutes, and now Councillor Jack Cousins.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to begin by stating that I acknowledge and applaud the ambition shown by Basingstoke Football Club. I applaud their ambition to climb the football pyramid. All clubs want to do that. There's not a problem with that. And we want success here in Basingstoke. Of course we do. Promotes the town, promotes the area. We all want that positivity. But that A word, ambition, can lead to another A word, administration. Now, I suspect that unlike many of you around the table tonight, I am a non-league football supporter and have been for over 10 years. So I spend my life travelling to clubs like Truro, Bognor, Billericay, Ebbsfleet. It's a sad life I live. My team, Eastleigh, have been playing Basingstoke in the Conference South since the 2005-06 season, so my trips to the Camrose have been pretty regular. But that will end at the start of this season, because Eastleigh won the league last year. Just thought I'd mention that. So, whilst I'm happy with our promotion, I'm a little bit upset that we lose our Hampshire derby. Basingstoke also have the makings of a good side.
They have a decent young manager in Jason Bristow and have players of decent footballing calibre and of background. But if you ask fans across the Conference South what kind of team Basingstoke are, the response is they're Jekyll and Hyde. Some weeks they could tear you apart, and other weeks they're poor. Now you could say that that's pretty much standard for most clubs, but if you look back at their league results, 5th back in 2005-06 and 19th and the lower end of the table previously, and with an average league finishing position of 15th from 2005-06 to last season, you can see that they're at the lower end of the table. And that perhaps is why their attendances are dropping. 18% down from the attendances in 2013-14 season, were 18% down in the 12-13 season. Now, I mentioned administration earlier, and I now want to stress to you the importance of this fact. And the reality is that non-league football is an expensive game. Players can earn up to £1,000 a week and over, without bonuses. So let's think about that. You have a squad of players, you've got 18 of them, some of them are earning over £1,000, some of them 500, 600. You can kind of get the distances that we're getting here in figures. Add bonuses on top for keeping a clean sheet, scoring. Add on your travelling costs for the season. Add on any accommodation, very unlikely accommodation, but it does happen with some clubs. Build all of that up and the figures start mounting. And that hit Basingstoke in 2009 when they were faced with a winding up order. They paid it off in good time, we'll give them the credit for that, but 5 years on, do we think they are ready to take on such a monumental task? Now, administration is one of the worst things that can happen for a football club, and this is why I think the decision should be called in, because I think we need to look at Basingstoke's books, we need to see their figures, and we need to understand, can they really afford this? So I want to give you some examples of clubs who have gone through a similar kind of thing. Darlington Football Club, for example, they were a Championship League 2 side, and they built themselves a new 25,000 all-seater stadium back in 2003. They didn't fill the stadium, they played poorly, perhaps that's why they didn't fill the stadium. They racked up huge debts and they were relegated to the conference. And they had then restrictions placed upon them. They could only have 10,000 seats open for a game, but their average attendance during the whole point of that was between 1,500 and 2,000 people. The club became insolvent in 2013. You might think that's a little bit unfair of me to pick a Football League side and compare that to Basingstoke, so I'll bring it down a level. Scarborough had been a Football League club since 1987 and were relegated to the conference in 2000. Between 2000 and their last game in 2007, the club built up debts of £2.5 million. They had an agreement in place with a developer who would sell the ground, build a new one and wipe their debts. They failed to convince the local council that all of that could happen with that one deal. As a result, the club became insolvent and it folded in 2007. Hereford United have just been expelled from the conference for racking up debts of £1.3 million. And if you want to look a little bit closer to home, Salisbury City, they're at the process of going through administration and look like they could become insolvent. And again, you think that might be a little bit unfair. These are clubs playing above the level that Basingstoke have ever played at. Let me drop it down another couple of levels for you. AFC Totton, they play below Basingstoke, and they sold their old ground at Testwood Park and moved to new facilities in 2011. It cost £2.9 million. They built the pitch too short, had to defer when they joined the ground, and then they joined. By 2013, they had built up debts of over £200,000. And in April 2014, they decided the only way the club could survive was by selling the ground. They're currently...
Can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
I was going to give you some other examples of clubs that are struggling. Truro, Dorchester, Vauxhall Motors, Farsley Celtic, Hales Owen Town, Winchester City, Windsor and Eton. The list goes on. But the reason I bring you to this point, Chair, and the reason why I think it should be called in is to look at 4.4 of the paragraph 4.4 of the Cabinet Papers, which says that, as detailed within the 2012 report, officers were previously advised that Basingstoke Town Football Club has no financial resources to redevelop the existing stadiums of Football League standards. The existing site is not large enough to accommodate a new stadium, and the only way in which the club can raise sufficient funds is to build a new one. That's the whole point. Do some proper due diligence on this. Can they really afford it? They had troubles in 2009. They got themselves out of it. We're only 5 years on from that. Can they really do it? My example to cite here is AFC Totton. They were in exactly the same boat. They had a very...
Thank you, Councillor. You've had the benefit of my incompetence with the timer. We've had more time than the rest. Now I'd like to ask Councillor Isaac to present his case with support. 2 minutes. If I take over the timer again, you'll have a couple of hours. But Councillor Isaac represents the cabinet of Basingstoke and Dean.
Right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, committee. I believe that the proposals from the football club. Bring it forward a bit. Testing, testing. Is that better? Okay. I believe that the proposals from the football club will give the town a new and valuable facility available for the community, located close to the town centre and public transport, yet easily accessible from the Ring Road and M3, that would add significantly to the sporting facilities we have here in Basingstoke, all at no cost to the public purse. I will highlight at the start that the decision taken last month, being called in tonight, was to confirm the draft legal terms accord with the decision taken by the Cabinet over 2 years ago. 2 years ago. It is not that decision of 2 years ago which is being called in. That decision of March 2012 delegated officers to agree the precise terms of the proposed option agreements with Basingstoke Town Football Club and its development partner in liaison with then portfolio holder. And any agreement that might be reached was always and remains conditional on the entirely separate process of planning, which the football club and the developer may or may not be successful in achieving. Negotiations have taken this long to reach a point where officers could recommend terms. However, this administration decided that because of the time that has elapsed and the significance of the proposals, 2 important changes should be made to the decision made in 2012. First, the decision should be referred back to Cabinet and not left delegated to officers and me as portfolio holder now. Second, that there should be a full public consultation about the loss of public open space at Old Common Road. Looking at the grounds for the committee's call-in, it seems fair to suggest that many are really seeking to reopen the Cabinet decision taken in March 2012. A decision which I might add was not called in at that time. In fact, there was a good deal of support from the Scrutiny Committee of that time, EPP, to that decision. But times change, I suppose. Leaving to one side that point for now, I wish to respond to the committee's concerns this evening, because I'm constructive. I'd like to emphasise the point that what is being taken forward by Cabinet is in the borough's capacity as landowner, both at Old Common Road and as a minority owner of the existing stadium at Camrose. It is worth reminding everyone that the proposed relocation of the stadium is dependent upon the football club and its development partner succeeding in securing 2 separate planning permissions. If one fails, the whole plan fails. On a number of grounds, which I'm sure well, in fact, have been covered tonight. The committee has concerns about the Cabinet's decisions. It is appropriate at this point, therefore, that as portfolio holder, I restate my endorsement of our proposals and support for the good work and terms negotiated by officers, and remind members of the opportunity we have tonight to support a privately funded, fantastic facility in the heart of our town. I support Basingstoke Football Club's long-held aspirations to have a better stadium, a facility that the people of the borough would be proud of, and one that it is to be hoped would enable the club to be more successful on and off the field and attract much bigger numbers of spectators. It seems to me to be entirely consistent with the ambitions of the vibrant place that Basingstoke is. I hope I'm not going to be the only councillor tonight who will be saying that. I believe the old common site is the right one if there is to be a relocation of the football club ground. Certainly it is the site preferred by Basingstoke Town Football Club. They are the experts. And it is suitable for a number of reasons. It is large enough as a site when many others considered are not. The site forms a natural hollow so that the physical impact of a new stadium would be minimised and screened off by the belt of mature trees around the site. It would have a direct main access onto an existing arterial road that connects to the A30 and M3. It is not in immediate proximity or in view of residents' housing, and it would mean the loss of about 1/3 of the land at Old Common Road, leaving many acres of open space, and not counting the 18 acres at War Memorial Park, which adjoins it. Finally, it is on the doorstep of good public transport links, as well as being accessible by foot for many in the town. Cabinet's decision in 2012 took account of the significant community benefits that would result if these proposals go ahead. The building and shared use for the community of a new £7.5 million stadium, a £500,000 all-weather training pitch for the students at Costello School. I think there's some 1,000 students at Costello. And for Basingstoke Town Football Club. Use of the 230 space car park at the new stadium by Costello School as a drop-off and collection point, significantly reducing the current peak time traffic problems along London Road. A new multi-use games area at the site for use by the community and owned by the borough. But I certainly understand the concerns that have been expressed by residents, some residents and their elected representatives, about the impact both at the Camrose ground and the Old Common, not least the loss of public open space. But that is why we decided that the Cabinet's decision made in June of this year should be referred to the public by way of a wide-ranging, thorough consultation so that resident views can be taken into account before any final decision is taken prior to the start of any application for planning permission. We will wait the results of the further consultation planned to go through to September. There was, of course, a public consultation before the 2012 decision. Lest it be forgotten, it included public exhibitions at the Camrose ground, St Mary's Church Hall in Eastrop, and Festival Place. Over 3,700 leaflets and letters were distributed to homes in the vicinity of both sites. All councillors, relevant residents' associations and sporting groups were similarly contacted. Ward members were also briefed. In conclusion, Mr Chairman, I believe that the decision taken to this point is sound, includes appropriate safeguards of the public interest and could bring significant community benefits to the borough, as well as supporting the entirely admirable desire of the town's football club to do better. I have listened to the comments made by councillors and residents tonight, and naturally I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. I should make the point that the committee has expressed no reservations yet. One member has signed this, and we've been sitting here listening as you have at the present time. Members who want to ask questions of the Cabinet Member. I see Councillor Gavin James and Councillor Potter, Councillor Cubitt. Gavin.
I probably have somewhere in the regions of 150 questions, so perhaps I'll do some and then let someone else have a go. Just picking up on a comment you made about the public consultation in 2012. Did you have any part in that consultation? Did you attend any events or see the material distributed?
I did not. If it was March 2012, no, I'm not sure I was even a councillor then. So I'm relying on the advice given to me by officers.
Councillor Potter.
Oh, go on again.
Well, we've seen 4 people. We'll let them each ask questions, and I'm sure everyone will have time to get their questions in. Councillor Potter.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Could I just clarify with Councillor Isaac, if I understood him correctly in terms of what he's just said to us, he sought to separate out, as I understood it, the council role as landowner and the council role as planning authority in regard to this potential application. My understanding of the Manidown decision when we were hauled before the High Court was that the High Court decision was very clear in saying that is something this council cannot do, that those two things are integral, interlinked, and we certainly cannot separate those out when we own land and we are the planning authority. Now, that would apply to this site, it seems to me, as it certainly will do to Manidown, is doing to Manidown. Am I right in that?
No, I think you're fundamentally wrong. We act as landowner in an entirely different capacity as a planning authority. It's not Cabinet that takes planning decisions. It's those are decisions that are subject to an entirely different set of rules and are looked at by councillors acting on the Development Control Committee.
I'll go around the list. Councillor Cubitt, please.
I'm feeling rather nervous because it now sounds like one strike and you're out. Because there are follow-ups to both those points that really should be followed immediately after instead of moving on. I'm sorry, Chair, but because the Judge Lindblom definitely said that the council couldn't be schizophrenic and that Chinese walls, whilst they should legally be tried to achieve, that a council could never completely separate its two roles as landowner and planning agent completely. So that's just a follow-on to Councillor Potter's point. Councillor James's point is quite pertinent. I feel very sorry for Councillor Isaac because he is he's an extremely good portfolio holder and he's an extremely good cabinet member, and he's here on a bit of a difficult position because he wasn't involved in the 2012 decision. He also wasn't here when there were numerous attempts to have call-ins, but before the peer review in this council, call-ins were a farce. And we were treated with utter contempt if we did not agree to the chairman of the relevant scrutiny committee, and there was no such thing as scrutiny, and we were treated with utter contempt when we did not agree or support what the cabinet did. And all of the call-ins, almost without exception, were refused on really spurious, ridiculous points like somebody hadn't put an A and a bracket. So it's not Councillor Isaac's fault, and I don't know who made that statement, but really there wasn't a facility for us to question decisions. I'm also shocked by the notice, the decision notice 761, and there was far too much delegation going on by the cabinet at that time. And one of the things that the peer review did say was portfolio holders were not taking enough responsibility, that our council was
being really run without portfolio holders taking responsibility. And that decision notice is absolutely symptomatic of the way the council was run at that time. And again, I feel sorry for Councillor Isaac because he's doing his bit, but where is the deputy leader tonight? Because it's his name that's on that decision notice. And he was responsible for this department. And for all the time that I attended audit and governance, and he was responsible for audit and governance, he never once turned up to one meeting, whereas his predecessor, Councillor Lund, attended every single one. So one wonders whether he was...
Can we not make this personal?
No, but it is extremely and wholly relevant because the counter that Councillor Isaac uses is that we were all happy, and I'm just putting it into context. So my question is this, is that 4.7 to me, and I'm not an expert on this matter, is but would like to know more, is that there were sites that were analysed and evaluated. Now, given that it seems that Councillor Jayawardena abdicated himself for responsibility because he delegated to an officer.
Please don't personalise this. Please don't personalise it.
It's fact. It's fact. He's deputy leader and his name's on the decision. Who made the decision and why that the leisure park was not taken forward? That's my question.
I'll ask Councillor Isaac to answer that last question, and then I'll accept Councillor Cubitt's advice on process and go back to Councillor James.
Thank you. We have a new constitution now. We have a scrutiny committee, and this call in is the first call in under the new constitution. And I don't detect that you're feeling in any way constrained. Look, the decision taken in March 2012 was a perfectly valid decision, and I think it's not very particularly productive to go back and look at the circumstances there. In my experience, committees such as EPP that were not creatures of cabinet, and if there were major concerns about the way that cabinet was proposing to go at that time, I would have expected those to have been raised. I think on the leisure park, your final question, Councillor Cubitt, I think my understanding is it was looked at, but the stadium didn't fit on it, and there would have been too much conflict with all the existing uses on the leisure park. So it was looked at.
Can I make a couple of points? It's the fourth meeting already of the new scrutiny committee, so I hope the cabinet have got their running shoes on. Secondly, that I have been involved in two call-ins during that period, and the one at EPP was a farce. And the one at Planning Infrastructure led to the resignation of a cabinet member. But I don't know which precedent we'll be setting tonight. Gavin James, then, to follow on, please.
This was just a quick point. You didn't see the public consultation. Fortunately, I do have a copy of it here. It was produced by the clubs. The venues were arranged by the club. It was all done by the club. This is the picture that was on the front of their glossy leaflet, and you can see the football ground nestled into the southernmost corner of the Old Common. Then you can see a little sandy area there for parking, and if you look off the page, you've got grass, 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 and more grass. And when the public are presented with that, it's understandable they might think, well, maybe it's not so bad. This is the reality. This is the aerial shot. You can see there, not nestled into the southern corner of the field, but actually taking up the whole southern half of the field, and the parking going right up to the line. And in fact, at the moment, looking at this, we're going to struggle to fit the mugger in. That's the whole field. So the public were misled by that, which is why it's important you do a consultation that is right. Are you a bit concerned that you've made a decision, being influenced by a consultation you have no understanding of and you've never seen in your life?
Do you not think that's perhaps one of the reasons why we might be wanting to do a thorough public consultation after this decision, so that we can make sure we do get the a thorough understanding of local residents' views and also across the borough.
In terms of the thorough consultation, how can it be thorough if you can't give the public the necessary information in terms of the risks associated with it, in terms of the impact on the green open spaces, the impact on the Camrose site, the impact on all those sites, the impact on public events? To take you back to Cabinet last week, when I mentioned that there's a risk to important events in terms of the parking available on the field once the development's happened, and Basingstoke Live is pertinent because it's happening this weekend, and I invite you to go to the field and see how much parking is required for that event, you said, I'm sure the officers have looked at it. Can you show me tonight the public record of a meeting that was held where it was discussed with officers, the impact on those events?
I'm confident that as a result of the public consultation exercise that we are going to go through, that we will the public will have an opportunity to give their views on the risks and the benefits that could arise if these proposals go forward. I have been to site, yes, of course, and I realise just how much open space there is there, even if we do proceed with the construction of the stadium. But I understand the sensitivity about the loss of public open space. As to the concerns that you raised at the Cabinet meeting in relation to accommodating parking for some of the important external events that are part of the life of the town, I am confident that there is enough parking available on land that would not be developed as part of these proposals, and taking account of the additional car parking that would be provided at the stadium. And I might turn to Kevin Jaquist here, the officer, just to give a bit more detail about that, if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll get Nick Collins to deal with that question, if I may. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors, called off the bench. Yes, I mean, there is obviously a fair amount of room on the playing fields in and around the actual site in question, which could potentially accommodate parking. I mean, if we look, for example, at where the Crossborough Hill car park is, directly adjacent to that site, there is about a 4-acre piece of land. So one could potentially fit approximately 800 vehicles on that piece of land. There's also approximately... Sorry.
Please let the officer speak, and then I'm sure others will want to speak.
Can they not hear me? Ah, sorry. Okay. Chair, I'm slightly concerned. Chair, I'm slightly concerned.
Please let the officer speak.
Chair, I'm slightly concerned that we're putting one of our property officers on the spot to give advice in regards of highways. He is not a highways officer. He may be a property officer, and I respect that, but it would be inappropriate of us to put an officer on the spot to give us advice that he's not qualified to give us. We've got to be careful here and appropriate in how we go about this. Please be careful how we ask officers questions when we're putting them on the spot and their professionalisms.
Ask the head of service if he's confident the officer's qualified.
Chair, if I may say, I think the answer will not be, as Councillor Harvey clearly indicated, a professional advice on the highways issues, but it's more in reference to the areas of land and their possible uses, as opposed to advice that this would be an appropriate or could be the use. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a point taken. What I will say is that there is 4 acres approximately of land adjacent to the Crossborough Hill car park which could potentially be used for parking. Obviously that would have to be investigated further in terms of specific numbers. In addition to that piece of land and next to the John Arlott Pavilion, there is approximately 8 acres of land which could potentially again be used for parking. That area of land used to be used as a cricket pitch that hasn't been used for about 6 years. It's obviously utilised as football pitches during the football season, but as we've seen with the Basingstoke Live event in the War Memorial Park, potentially that area of land could be used for some element of overflow car parking. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the committee, no, will you please sit down? We must. Gavin James.
I'm just slightly concerned that the officer has suggested that we can get 1,800 cars on the open space that's left, or around 1,800 cars, and the only access to both those is Crossborough Hill. I'm sure the residents would be delighted to hear that. In terms of your understanding of what is possible, do you not think that we should know it's possible before we get to the point where we are now in terms of agreements could be signed in the near future?
Yes, thank you very much, Gavin. Yes, thank you very much. I think one has, as far as that's concerned, that is clearly going to need to be something that will be tested as a result of any planning application that comes forward. So I'm from what I can see, I'm confident that there's enough land there, in addition to the car parking that will be provided, to enable us to carry on with these events. But yes, these are the sort of things that are going to have to be looked at closely if and when we get to a planning application.
Gavin, last time.
The last time for now, I hope.
For now, yes.
So at what point in the planning process, we as a landowner, we have a responsibility to protect the green open spaces, and be a lot more on that later, but we should know what we're doing with our own land as a landowner. We use the land as a landowner, and we don't seem to know exactly how we will go without this land. But you're saying it's a planning issue, where to me, where in development control remit is there about what might happen to Basingstoke Live if the football stadium was to go ahead? They're looking at the football stadium, looking from a planning perspective. You are a landowner. Why aren't you looking at it as a landowner perspective in terms of what we as a landowner use the land for?
Well, I think we are, and we're confident that there is sufficient land there to enable these events to carry on. So I don't think it's an issue.
Right, I owe it to come back to Councillor Potter if you'd like to carry on from where you were.
It is a follow-up to Councillor Gavin James there, really, and my interpretation of things must be different to Councillor Isaac's. I repeat the point, and I think Councillor Cubitt made the point about the sort of schizophrenic approach that this council did used to have in respect of Maladay. And it's worth remembering, I think, the High Court judge actually described the attitude and approach of Cabinet at that time in respect of Maladay and seeking to separate out the landowner and planning authority role as being incompetent. That was the very word used within the High Court judgment. And well, okay, I'm trying to remember back quickly tonight, but I mean, that was the sort of irrational, I think, and incompetent. Now, quite frankly, I think it's misleading for us to try and do this tonight in the way that Councillor Isaac is seeking to do it, where pushing away the landowner responsibility in respect to green open space and saying all of these matters will be accommodated in our role as a planning authority. It's misleading. And for us actually to be signing legal agreements even prior to adequate consultation is bizarre, absolutely bizarre.
Would you like to respond to that?
I'd just like to remind Councillor Potter that it is part of the council plan to do what we can to assist Basingstoke Town Football Club with its aspirations for a new stadium. And this decision by Cabinet is one in which we have undertaken to carry out a full public consultation on the proposals. So I think that we're looking to make sure that there are safeguards here and that this is a sound decision.
Are you content for now, David? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a series of questions as well. Can I just pick up that point? I just want to, again, get to the point of the Cabinet member actually answering the question, if I could push him on this, respecting the fact that, you know, the Deputy Leader of the Council was the officer of the Council responsible for this, and you've been handed the poison chalice, so to speak, to come here this evening and try and defend the position. I understand that. Let's just ask this question about responsibilities. In the High Court judgment, it was very clear that the Cabinet's responsibility was to its public authority role and the responsibility it had to residents for both the application of its landowning responsibilities and its planning responsibilities. And as a Cabinet, are you not responsible, therefore, for a lot more than what has been presented thus far in the report? Because, as you rightly say, the report is wholly focused on the landowning elements of this decision. But the High Court tells us that you must also fulfil a public authority role in understanding and appreciating, in making the landowning decisions, the planning implications of what you are doing. That actually was the High Court judgment associated with Manydown. Do you understand the point? Do you accept the point? And if not, it's a very much of a concern about the process you use then in making this decision.
No, I don't agree with the point you're making, because I think if one does draw the parallel with Manydown, we've acted there in the landowning capacity. It was bought by the council for the purposes of development, and that is what the council in recent times has been pursuing, and that is quite distinct from the role of the council as guardian of planning, which is and that is something that has been the responsibility of Councillor Raphael, and that is something in the case of Manydown that will now that we have an approved local plan policy as far as the council it's concerned, it now goes forward to the inspector. So the two are separate functions. I think what they were suggesting in terms of the High Court decision was that that we couldn't act completely in contradiction of what our roles were as landowner and planning authority, but they're not the same thing. And I think your attempt to conflate the two is not actually correct or helpful.
I'm trying to get you to make the very statement you've just made, that is that there is a relevance to the planning issues associated with the decision you're making, and thank you for making that point. It is separate roles, but you have a responsibility as Cabinet to understand the consequences of that. That is the point. Can I ask you, in terms of the site selection process, we've heard this evening from the football club that it was officers that ruled out sites. In the report, it gives an indication as being the football club that ruled out the sites. Who was it who actually ruled out the sites? And if there was a process of selection, we haven't seen it. I don't believe any member has seen it. From that point of view, is your decision sound with having no member seeing the site selection process or criteria that's been undertaken by Cabinet?
The process of site selection that took place before the March 2012 decision was one that clearly involved officers and the football club, but was also one that was involved the Cabinet members at the time.
Okay, so let's be absolutely clear here. We're saying, or you are saying, the Deputy Leader of the Council, officers, and the football club jointly ruled out the other sites that are listed in your Cabinet report. It's a very important statement you're making. I just want to be absolutely clear that is the case.
Here we go again. No, I'm not suggesting that it was a decision that was made by the football club. Okay. The officer here is going to help. This is the 2012 report to Cabinet before the Cabinet decision was taken. 4.5. In this context, officers have provided advice to Basingstoke and Town Football Club on sites in the Council's control to help in its search for an alternative site. BTFC's favoured location is the land to the rear of the Hilton Hotel for the following reasons. The site is of sufficient size to allow for the club's initial requirement for a stadium of 5,000 supporters. The site has the capacity for up to 320 car parking spaces with the potential for overflow parking on adjacent grassland and possibly within the grounds of Costello Technical College. The stadium would not be close to residential properties. The main road network is nearby and the site is within walking distance of the town centre, bus and railway stations. So all good grounds, I think, for suggesting that that was the right decision at the time. And
may I ask a question on that? Does that same report describe reasons for other sites not being carried forward? So the reports was based on a single selection had already been made, not in the public forum.
No, I think it's focusing on the preferred site. It doesn't mean that there weren't other sites. Gresley Road was considered. I think there was Downgrange was considered, and I think the Leisure Park was also considered.
But there isn't a published report on the consideration of each of those.
No, there isn't. No.
Mr. Harvey, any more?
Your mic's still on.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on to that then, can I just clarify in terms of due diligence then, and this relates to the previous decision as much as the current one. The paragraphs of the officer's report 7.1, 771, 78 and 79 refer to some quite important statements of viability. Nowhere can I find in the decision that was taken recently or in the old report the full and disclosed due diligence for members to consider, either at EPP or whatever. There's never been that I can find members given the opportunity to examine the due diligence that was done. So can I first ask what due diligence was actually done on the assessment of the business plan and what the football club were proposing?
And can I refer you to the March 2012 decision, when there was plenty of opportunity at that time for EPP to raise those questions, to go for a call in, and that was not done. And the decision that was taken in June of this year was to complete the decision that had been carry out the decision that had been taken back in March 2012.
I note you chose not to answer the question. I also note that the chair's casting vote was used at that EPP meeting in order to get through the comments and get through the recommendation in favour, and that the EPP meeting made a whole series of comments of concern from issues relating to open space, relating to car parking, relating to the presentation of residents. There were a whole series of points made. Further, the point was made in the recommendation that group leaders should be involved in the process of determining how the legal agreements were brought forward. Clearly, that has not happened. So we have a process here of EPP raising concerns, we have a chair of EPP using the casting vote, and we have a process of calling previously that would not have resulted in it being brought before a call-in, because you debated it at EPP. Therefore, it automatically, as per the old call-in rules, ruled out a call-in. We couldn't call it in, it was impossible. So again, my question is, and this is process, I'm asking you about process, where was the due diligence element of this presented to members in such a way as that we could have confidence in the decision that was being made? Because I can't find it. Maybe you could point me to it.
If you'd like to reply to that, I'll move on to another questioner after you.
I think we're going around in circles. At the time, there was support for the principle of the relocation too. Yes, but you know, what you're seeking to do here is to reopen something that was decided back in 2012. But in recognition of the time that's elapsed and the public and the sensitivity on this, we are going to go forward now with a thorough consultation on the proposals for development of this land.
May I ask if that consultation will include the car parking on the areas that the officer referred to earlier?
No, I don't think so. We do recognise that it would be the right thing to do to involve ward councillors in the consultation documentation and to take their views.
Okay, Councillor Keating now.
Thank you, Chair. I want to preface my question by a number of dramatic and actual statements. First of all, we could not scrutinise the 2012 decision because it had been discussed at EPP. So you're wrong to suggest we were quite happy with it because we never called it in. That's a nonsense. Secondly, there was no detailed proper consultation in 2012 because it was put forward as a potential proposal which will go to officers for being worked up and then we will come back to it. So there was no effective, realistic consultation 2 years ago. Secondly, thirdly, you've said you're going for a proper consultation now and then said you're only going to consult in relation to the old common. Right? The answer to your question is the whole of the proposal wasn't properly examined in 2012, and the whole of the proposal currently includes proposal to develop a retail park in Southam. So any consultation that excludes Southam is a false one. Finally, can I just say, the site selection that took place before 2012 took place behind closed doors. It took place behind closed doors between an officer of the council, the football club, and eventually, but not immediately, eventually the cabinet member. We were never told properly in any document what sites were considered. And let me explain to you why this is important. The sites considered included in the Southam ward, Russell Howard Park, adjacent to the Southam ward, Stratton Park, the leisure park in Southam, the additional potential for Bennydown, and of course the Old Common. Those issues were dealt with behind closed doors, and it came to my attention by accident, not design, because we were never given a paper. And that's the reason why I put forward a motion to protect open spaces and parks in this borough, which was just recently endorsed by the full council. So the intention of the council at the time was, if we own the land, we're prepared to give it away. That's the intention. And it seems to be that's your intention now. We don't own this land, we rent it in perpetuity. And the question is, why can't you not say what level of public consultation will be involved now, and why will you commit the council to a legal agreement before that consultation is finished? Thank you.
Councillor Isaac.
Thank you, Councillor Keating. I said that there will be a thorough and broad public consultation, and there will be. It will be borough-wide, and a lot of work's already gone into that. But we've not been able to get on with that, despite the onset of the school holidays, because of the call-in. But that's one of those things.
This is 5 days.
No, it's 10 actually.
A whole
Right,
5 days
anyway.
in a year would really very quick.
Yeah, but we do recognise that there needs to be time for a public consultation to take place, and that's why we recognise that it needs to be carried out over a series of months through to September. That will be done. It'll be part of the resident survey, so that we can have a statistically accurate view from residents of the proposals. As I've said, we've offered to work with local ward councillors on the questions that are going to be asked in the survey. So we've got nothing to conceal here. This administration genuinely wants to understand what the views of the people in this borough, and also the people living in the local areas surrounding the stadium are. It's important because of all the sensitivities and the questions that are being raised tonight. As far as the legal agreement is concerned, I could take you back. Again, this is not something that you want to hear, but the decision was taken back in 2012, and the officers were delegated to agree terms and then proceed in liaison with the portfolio holder. We have recognised that is not satisfactory, and that's why it's going back to cabinet, and that's why we have inserted in the legal agreement an ability to rescind any transaction if the results of a public survey point us to a judgment that actually this doesn't have the support that is needed.
And I want a follow-up question. The resident survey is about all of the services of the whole of the council, and it is not an appropriate vehicle for consultation about a specific. But can I ask you to clarify, will the consultation that you intend to carry out about this proposal include the elements of the proposition which involves Southam? Thank you.
That's not been our intention to date. No, and no, thank you, Councillor Keating. And I would again highlight that there will be opportunities for people in Southam to give their views in if any planning application comes forward. It's not a planning application on the part of this council. It would be an application being made by the football club and the developer. But I'll take it away. What you say, and we'll give that some thought. Okay. No, but you know, this is the opportunity that a call-in may be able to provide us with.
So you're going to consult, a proper consultation from the cabinet about half the proposition. Well, thank you very much.
I think I should mention...
I don't think you quite heard me there, actually.
I should mention that Councillor Keating is a Southam councillor.
Yes.
And so is Councillor Regan, who I'm going to ask another question.
It's a variation of the theme. I'm a bit disturbed that, you know, as ward councillors, we've not been, as Gary Watts said, we've not been consulted any of this. And but I'm really specifically thinking about my residents who live there, who up until now own 29% of the football pitch or the ground, and not been consulted on anything. And I'm quite shocked to hear there's no plans to consult on now. I think we can't wait until the planning process. This ground has been part of Southam for eternity, as long as I can remember. I used to go down and watch them when they used to play Thornycross. It shows you how long ago that was. So please, we need a consultation of the residents of Southam as soon as possible as the other one goes out for the residents of Eastrop, because it's going to have a major effect upon them, especially if it goes to retail where we want housing. I'm sure the good people of Southam will have their views which they want to be heard. So I do urge for a consultation to happen as soon as possible.
I think the question is, will you arrange a consultation in Southam?
I'll take away the concerns expressed by the ward councillors in Southam. I'm pretty good, actually, Councillor Keating. So, you know, I think you have your usual confidence in me.
I'm going around the same group of questioners again. If anyone who hasn't asked a question would like to, then do please catch our eye. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Another series of questions. I'll move on from the consultation that I should just mention to assist Councillor Isaac, because obviously he wasn't in the Cabinet meeting in 2012. I was, not as a member of the Cabinet, but as a visiting councillor arguing against it. I also attended EPP for the same reason, so I know there was unanimous agreement because I was there not agreeing with it. The decision made in 2012, first of all, dealt with one site. The other sites, officers, the club had ruled out, not officers. Officers had advised the club on, certainly most recent, was there was 4 sites available. I had the conversation with the Chief Executive and Tim Bosky myself. The 4 sites that the council recognised as available, potentially available, were the Old Common, at that stage Gresley Road Triangle, Brighton Hill Playing Fields, and the Leisure Park. It was the club who chose their preference for the Old Common. At no point did the council have a discussion or debate in public about what they were the preferred site. Indeed, it was indicated to me by the Chief Executive, we may have to call in at some point, that it was the Old Common was the least preferred site. So I'll just make that point absolutely clear. But I want to move on to green open spaces because a lot of people mentioned it and a lot of people brought it up in the introduction. You were in the Cabinet in 2000. These are all series of questions, but they're very much yes/no answers. So it'd be very quick to answer if there is such a thing. You were in Cabinet in 2013 and you voted for and supported the Green Infrastructure Strategy 2013 and indeed supported it in Council. Is that correct?
I think you're right, yes. No, fine.
Principle 1 of that was to maximise the potential of green open space to contribute to tackling climate change and improve sustainability. Principle 4 was to manage, protect, restore and expand, that's important there, to manage, protect, restore and expand existing network of green open spaces. And Principle 7 was to ensure that improvements to green open spaces are considered an early stage of development. Now, where we were considering this in 2012, I would imagine we've probably gone past the early stage of development. So can you tell me at what point any public discussion has taken place on the impacts of the development of the stadium, because at an early stage of development, remember that's your words, you voted for them, you agreed them. Can you tell me how you've got along with that and where the public meeting was held that looked at the impact of building on this green open space?
Yes, I have been a supporter of our policies on green open spaces in the town. But, you know, one has to understand that this was that the decision was taken in 2012 before that policy came into being. And the decision at that time was that we should be doing what we could to help Basingstoke Town Football Club in its goal, if I can use the word, of securing a new stadium. And there were the Old Common Road was not on the list of the protected open spaces. Because it was deemed to be an exception, because a decision had been already taken that it was one where we wished to pursue the proposals for developing it as a football stadium. So, you know, sometimes these decisions have to be taken, and then it's up for public consultation to decide whether they want to lose the open space at Old Common Road, or whether actually they're prepared to suffer the loss of that in the interests of providing a new football stadium that will be of benefit to the football club and to the community as a whole.
Thank you, Chair. I think he's getting very confused between the motion, the paper generated because of the Councillor Keating motion on green open spaces, and the Green Infrastructure Strategy, which is a separate piece of work. I sat on the committee that actually developed that piece of work, and the Old Common was covered under a blanket global coverage of the Memorial Park, and that was identified as an area that needed a green open space management plan. Has he looked at the plan and considered the impact of building the stadium on that plan at any point before he made the decision he made last week?
I'll make the decisions whether I say yes or no. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I'll make that decision. No, this was a decision that had been taken back in March 2012. I think if we could just understand that, and all these things that have happened subsequently may not sit comfortably with it, but nevertheless, it was a decision that had been taken. And it was a valid decision. You may not like it now. You may decide that actually it's not electorally in your interest, but a decision nevertheless was taken.
The decision made in 2012 agrees that officers are delegated to agree the precise terms of an option agreement. So that was the precise thing that happened in 2012. We were entering into negotiations. We weren't agreeing to sign off land. We were agreeing to go into discussions and negotiations. But if you don't want to accept that, clearly before you made a decision, I appreciate you've inherited it, but I'm sure as a diligent portfolio holder, you've gone through and you've done your research and made sure you're making the right decision. There was in 2008 a study done, and that's the last study, because obviously I've been through all the local development plans. As you well know, we had the SHLA, we looked at every site, we analysed every site for housing and for the economy. In the last local plan, what did it say about the old common in terms of a site assessment? Because we're looking at now developing it for commercial reasons. What did it say in the last local plan?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'm sure you do.
That is the correct answer. It wasn't mentioned in the local plan because the idea of building on it for commercial reasons or for housing reasons was considered so hideous. Indeed, the local plan in 2002 did the same thing, didn't make any assessment of the land because the idea of developing it was so hideous. And the local plan developed in 1996 also made no mention of the land because the idea of developing it was so hideous. Bear in mind the fact that for the last, since 1978, which is the last time the land was changed in any way, every single council, every portfolio holder, cabinet member, throughout history, when we look to housing sites or economic development sites, has decided it's hideous. Do you not feel you should have done a better job of fully analysing the impact of building on the site before agreeing to develop it?
Again, you're seeking to rewrite history. The decision was taken in March 2012. What we are now seeking to do is to obtain the views of local residents and the public across the borough, so that we can be sure that actually this is the right decision to be taking before it even goes through the process of any planning application. So I think actually, in terms of having to carry out a legally valid decision made by Cabinet, we are doing the right thing.
So you're assured, because obviously your name will go on the ultimate decision, that the decision that you're now endorsing, which you may suggest was started in 2012, we'll have a different view on that, that it's not going to in any way contravene the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act of 2006, which states creates an overarching duty on local authorities to have regard for the purpose of conserving biodiversity and exercising its functions. The conservation of biodiversity is defined as including restoration and enhancement of habitats and is therefore of relevance in considering the development of the borough. So do you think there's any risk at all we're going to be back in court if you're found that your decision is contrary to that act?
As you would expect, Councillor James. No, not good idea to put words in my mouth. I have complete confidence in the advice that I received from the officers of this council on those issues.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the Cabinet member's point that he has complete confidence in our officers. Of course we have confidence in our officers. We're talking about process here since the decision made in 2012, the actual application and implementation of everything that's been thus far. And the questions we're raising relate to the process, relate to things like due diligence, relate to things like the application of our policies, relate to things like assessments that should have been done and carried out, risk assessments, impact assessments. And the thing that's missing a lot from here is legal implications of this. And the more I read the report, the more I listen to what's being said, the more concerned I become because of what has happened to this council in the past, where Cabinet has done what you are suggesting you are doing in the absence of all these things, which then leaves the council vulnerable to legal challenge. Now, we have got to be clear that due diligence was appropriate. You haven't been able to satisfy or answer that question. In terms of the consultation, that isn't a legal issue in that context, but I think you've heard the concerns that have been raised. The legal implications of this, and you listening to council officers, then relate to our risk assessment that's very poorly done. I mean, it isn't a risk assessment. I've got a table that gives me no detail at all. I don't know what you've done to create this table that was presented in your papers. I've got no risk assessment, no impact assessment to draw down on. But what I've got is red flag after red flag after red flag, which if was put in front of the performance panel, you as the cabinet member would be hauled in front of it and said, what in the world's going on here with all of these red flags? You've also got the officers in the report actually saying that the financial viability of Basingstoke Town Football Club is seriously in question. The viability of this project based on those issues is seriously in question. The process you've followed through, and to be fair, it isn't you, the process that others have followed through to get you to this point is a serious concern. This is what scrutiny is about. This is why we wanted this committee. I could go back to the Aquadrome. I could go back to the malls. I could pick out the Waitrose. We can look at examples of where things have been seriously, they have gone wrong. The danger with this is that the officers are giving you some very clear risk advice. I can't see the full advice. I also note, and I would ask the cabinet member, that the ward members had a freedom of information request refused, trying to get their hands as ward members on this information, and it was refused. What in the world is going on there when members, actual members of this authority, the ward members, have that level of information refused to them? And my final point to the cabinet member relates to EPP, because as he knows full well, the minutes at the time do not record the full concerns of members, because the way the process was constructed, you couldn't get things put in them unless the whole committee agreed. And half the committee didn't agree, and it resulted in the casting vote of the chair to get the Conservatives' views adopted as the committee's views, not the whole committee's views. So, you know, let's not have a repeat of history here. We can play all night on that one.
Is there a question here?
There is. My point here in all of that is the process. And I am concerned that the cabinet member isn't giving due consideration to what we're raising here as process issues that would leave us very vulnerable if you go forward.
I think the danger so often, if we take your approach to things, is that nothing ever happens in this borough. So we won't get a football ground because we'll do more reports, we'll do more investigations, and the Basingstoke Town Football Club's 12-year wait to be able to get moving on this will extend to another 5 or 6 years. But anyway, I think actually that the decision made in 2012 was a perfectly legally constituted decision, which we have. It was
Let the cabinet member speak, please.
As far as the risk assessments of this, I've looked very closely at the agreement that the officers have worked on since March 2012, and I'm content that actually there are a lot of safeguards built into that. The football club the football stadium has to be built first, and no development on the Camrose site could take place before that. We've got a dowry that the Basingstoke Football Club needs to put aside of up to 20% of the development profit, up to £500,000, so that if they go pop, we've got a cushion there, a big financial cushion, so that we can continue to do whatever's necessary to make use of the stadium in the absence of a football club. The reference to freedom of information request, I can't give you an answer to that. That's news to me. I'm happy to look into that, but it's really one I think probably for the directors of the council who respond to those sorts of things. As far as EPP minutes are concerned, look, we can only go on what the minutes were at the time. If there's really no point at all in making all these complaints about how things were done in the past and your dissatisfaction with them. It's not going to get us anywhere today. what we have here today is a scrutiny committee that's able to ask all the questions it wants to. I'm happy to do whatever I can to answer those.
Yes, the new constitution does guarantee the right of the members of scrutiny committees to information, so perhaps the board members who are sitting on this committee might use that right.
Can I follow that up, Chair, just before I finish?
Very briefly then, please. You haven't been too brief so far.
Sorry, forgive me. It's a big issue, isn't it? We've all got input here. 7.7, the Section 151 officer's comments. The business case presented in support of the redevelopment and relocation proposals is outline and aspirational. The football club is in a very sensitive to assumptions around attendance and ancillary income, which it is not possible to validate. This report highlights a range of key risks that Cabinet should consider, along with how the proposed option agreement structure looks to mitigate them. The final size of the proposed dowry for the football club is uncertain, as it is linked to a percentage of profit from the redevelopment, and so on and so on. There is no supporting assessment, there's no supporting evidence that comes with this. With all due respect, Councillor Isaac, we're taking it on your faith that you've seen it all and it's all okay. That's not how the council should make decisions. You should, as a cabinet member, present the evidence that the officers have, that we as members can be satisfied you're making the right decision. And again, I ask you, where is the evidence and can we see it, please?
There are risks with this, and there's no doubt about that. But as I've said to you before, I think that the legal agreement does actually protect the public's interest, and if it proceeds as well, there is the potential for £1 million that would be generated by the sale of our minority holding at the Camrose. So there is cover here, and if the worst came to the worst, and the Basingstoke football club went bust, and I've no expectation that's going to happen, but I agree they're not terribly solid as an organisation financially. But if that happened, when we would have a £7.5 million stadium in our country. Yes, but that's a different question. I can't operate in parallel. I can only operate one question at a time.
Are you seriously saying if the football club, you are acknowledging that the football club is not in a good financial position and we're going ahead with it? It's a £7.5 million stadium. I mean, let's get our ducks in a row here to start with. You're digging here, John. I really do feel, Councillor Isaac, you're digging here and you don't need to. This has got to be reviewed and looked at again.
Councillor Harvey, I think we need to move on to other people with questions, and Councillor Potter's next. Okay, yes, Councillor Isaac wants to answer that, though I didn't detect a question.
No, I just want to be clear that you're giving the impression to people that we would be paying £7.5 million for the stadium. That isn't the case. We wouldn't be paying for it. We would be, if the worst came to the worst, we would be inheriting a stadium that costs £7.5 million. So that's the difference.
Councillor Potter, questions, please.
In terms of the decision notice that Cabinet's already agreed, I mean, let's just put it on. It's very clear in section 4 that the limitations of the consultation exercise are set out. I don't want any equivocation on this, and that it is limited to the issue about the disposal of the open space needed to relocate the football club at Old Common Road. Now, it does seem to me, John, tempting to say this, I think, really, not just going back to the Cabinet and saying on that point we need to expand the consultation. I think you should be going back and saying we need to withdraw this decision and we need to go about this in a fresh way, a much more transparent way, with a bag of information. Well, I mean, I think John needs to take that away with him. But let me just go on to something else, Chair, if I may. I find one element, well, a few elements of this, but in terms of the decision notice, again, very misleading. In terms of point 3, it talks about, notes that following the completion of the legal agreement in respect to the open space at Old Common Road, subject to public consultation, the development of either site is subject to normal planning process. And at the end, it finishes with, it is further noted that should the local planning authority refuse planning permission, then the council is not legally obliged to support an appeal by the developer. Well, of course it's not. I can't understand why you'd need to say that. We never are legally obliged. except, of course, we get ourselves into this confused position, as I've said, as this public authority landowner and planning authority. But it seems to me I would be fascinated, having got an enabling legal agreement, encouraging the developer to do what they have done and put in a planning application, and then that fails at the Development Control Committee, how we would resist an appeal by that developer in those circumstances. This is disingenuous.
That is your question, is it?
It is. Does he agree?
Absolutely, yes. And that actually, that the requirement that we would not support an appeal, I think I'm correct in saying, to officers, is one that actually was generated by EPP. And so I think it's written into the agreement. It does actually demonstrate the value of EPP, even in those dark days of 2012. I'm not going to recommend that we withdraw the decision. I think it's a good decision. I think the site that we've identified is the right one. But we are going to go through a thoroughgoing, widespread public consultation. If
Councillor Kubit. Question, please.
No, I know. I'm just going to say, Councillor Isaac, you have proven before to be a very reasonable man, and you have revisited decisions that were deeply flawed and acted in the best interests of Basingstoke, the town. So I very much hope that your charitable approaches in the past will remain at the fore. There are two questions I have. One is to the chair. Could the chair possibly request a freedom of, well, could he request as chair of scrutiny that we see the contracts? That's the first request. And the second request is the reference made to parking on various parts of the War Memorial Park. Could we have confirmation from the portfolio holder that the consultation will definitely include projected parking on the War Memorial Park as being a real result of the development that's being proposed?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I don't think it's necessary to put in a request to see the contracts. I think members can see the contracts. We're happy to share them with our fellow councillors.
Thank you.
You're not a councillor.
Please, will you, this is not a public meeting and we have to now get on with this business, so will you please not interrupt us any further? Councillor Kubit.
Still on.
Thank you very much, portfolio holder. Could that information also be available to the public, or is it only exclusively for the members of scrutiny?
It's for members only at this stage, for commercial reasons, I think, more than anything else. Yeah. The other points you made, Councillor Kubit, about consultation and impact of parking on the War Memorial Park, I've offered to listen to what ward councillors and other councillors would like to see in the public consultation.
Right, now the last questioner is me, and then we'll be moving into, well, Councillor James caught my eye before I did, or after I did. I'd like to talk about the agreement, really, the thing that's specifically in this report, and I'm a little bit unclear. The word developer occurs here and there, and I'd like to actually try and identify. I mean, not the names of anybody. We're told that there is a developer who is a partner with the football club. We're then told there's going to be a special purpose vehicle formed jointly. At what point in this life cycle will the SPV come in?
I'm going to refer that to one of the officers who can answer that, I think, because they've been closer to the detailed terms than I have.
Right. In terms of your question, there is an SPV set up which is 50% owned by the football club and the developer company called Lamblon Estates, and they have formed an SPV between them called Basron, and Basron are the developer, as I say, being a proportion owned by the football club and that particular developer.
So will the council's agreement be with Basron?
The option agreement is with Basron, but the actual lease on the Old Common Road site will be with the football club itself.
And so what about the Camro site?
Well, the option, sorry, I should have explained, the option is with Basron. The option is for the land at the Camro site.
So are Basron not involved in the Old Common site?
So are Basron involved at the old at the Camro site? Yeah, well, they will be the ones building it. Basron are the developers who will provide the funds, but the actual build lease when it completes will be with the football club.
But so there'll be an agreement between the council and Basron with regard to the Old Common site as well.
Sorry, I might have to come back to you because I'm not the solicitor dealing with it, so I don't want to get involved in the complete mechanics of the legal deal. So if I could answer that point offline, that would be my preference rather than trying to go through it. Exactly. Yes, very happy to do that.
Anything I get will be covered in the whole committee. But were you indicating you wanted to speak?
Well, yeah, my understanding was that the agreement is with Basron, who the vehicle that had been established to carry out the development. But let's, if I'm wrong, then that'll be demonstrated by what one gets from the officer in due course.
So will the Basingstoke Football Club be bound by the contents of that agreement with Basron?
I think it's a joint venture vehicle between the two.
And what
So
if
yes, is the short answer.
what if the ownership of Basron were to change?
I think the responsibilities would flow with it.
Perhaps it changes to someone who doesn't actually run football clubs.
But the stadium, the new stadium, can only be used as a football club. Can't be used as anything else.
Try and help, if I may.
Yes.
Basron are the developer for the project, so they will fund the project. The way that the legal option agreement is structured is to ensure that the stadium is built first before there is any transfer of the final transfer of the Camrose land and development on that. So the structure of the agreement is to see a stadium built first as part of the overall development. Once that stadium is built, it will be leased to the football club. So the football club will have the lease to a completed stadium. And Basron are the development vehicle to initially do that part of the phase, to build the stadium, and then to develop the Camrose site.
I'm still concerned that if the thing starts to fall apart before the stadium's completed and handed over, that the council has an agreement possibly with a development company, an SPV, which is contingent on a football club, but not contractually bound in. I'm not actually asking legal questions. I'm asking questions about whether your project life cycle works.
If I can just jump in there, under the legal agreement, which is quite a complex document, the council has the ability to see the funds before the building construction occurs of the particular stadium. I think that's quite an important point to state. And as Kevin's elaborated, the mechanism for this particular agreement is really hinging upon the land at the Camrose. The Camrose land is the area where the value is to the developer Basron, because that is where the intended retail park is proposed, which provides that significant amount of value. And hence, the way we've actually structured this deal is almost like providing a number of locks to get the land transferred at the Camrose. And as Kevin's mentioned, one key lock, is the practical completion of the stadium. So that will occur before we transfer our land at the Camrose. So that's one key point. The other keys, if you like, in that an analysis I've provided are the payment of the sums of money, which are elaborated in the report, and also adhering to the terms which we've expressed in the report in terms of the key terms. If those keys, if you like, are not turned, then the land at the Camrose is not transferred.
That sounds very well organised. There's no doubt a document describing that. Could the committee have sight of that, please?
Yes, there is a suite of legal documents, and it is all contained within that suite. And as Kevin's mentioned, members are entitled to have a look at those.
Okay, thanks very much. I did see Gavin, and I now see Councillor Falconer, but after that we're going to ask Councillor Isaac to summarise his case, and then we're going to go into debate.
Thank you, Chair. The portfolio holders mentioned several times that the decision was made in March 2012 at Cabinet and that was it. So we can't go and revisit that decision because the decision was made that the site would be developed into a football ground subject to planning. The portfolio holder from the very same Cabinet that made that decision sent a report to Housing and Environment on the 5th of July 2012, I think I sat on it actually, talking about the provision for cemeteries. And ranked at number 4 was land at Old Common, London Road. And it does say in there, Basingstoke Town Football Club is currently seeking an alternative site and has already undertaken public consultation on the use of this land. They have taken public consultation. As planning permission has not yet been sought or approved for the club's use, it is premature to rule out this site for further consideration for other purposes. It does mention, so very clearly at that point, the Cabinet, because you also approved this paper when it through, not you personally, but the Cabinet, the same Cabinet, at that point, they hadn't considered a decision made because they were still looking at whether it could be used as a cemetery. Now, I'm not sure, but I think having a football ground and a cemetery at the same location has issues, but I'm happy to ask the question, how would you do it? But I will just add, finally, one of the reasons for ruling it out as a site, or suggesting it should be ruled out, was it says the loss of this open space for cemetery purposes would need to be judged against the council's planning policies which seek to protect areas of public open space and seek to ensure that suitable alternative open space provision exists. So the biggest weakness of making it a cemetery was the fact that it would be contrary to our planning policies and also other corporate policies, although those policies you completely ignore. But obviously, if the decision was made in March 2012 to make it into a football ground, decision was still an option to make it a graveyard. Can you explain to us how you were going to get a cemetery and a football pitch at the same location?
Right, I think you've comprehensively lost me there on that one, right? And I'm not. So I really.
Final question from Councillor Falconer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to seek clarification on some of the comments and reading through all the documents. The whole proposal seems to hinge on the value of the land at Camrose, over which we have only 29% control. If that doesn't generate as much money as the developers or the joint venture need, then it would seem that the whole proposal collapses. Similarly, if they raise the money, and then of course they're then going to raise the funding to build the stadium in advance, which is another high-risk strategy, if they then don't get planning permission for the retail park, then once again the whole thing falls down. And whilst we have an issue with affordable housing and would love to see some development, in effect we have no control whatsoever over that Camrose site, because our plot of land is a very thin strip at the back and the rump of it is in the front. And so I just wanted to clarify clarify that I've understood this situation, because for some of the members of the public, apart from that, we've then got the other planning application to go through, which again, there's no guarantee that that's going to succeed on the Old Common Road. So I just wanted to clarify that I've understood that, because it seems that we've got into a lot of detail, but that detail is extremely dependent upon these high-level factors.
Thank you for that, Councillor Isaac. Would you like to answer that and then give your final summary of the of your case? I did say that I was closing after Councillor Falconer, and I do think we should move on. Well, they can speak when we come into debate. Councillor Isaac.
Yes, Councillor Falconer is correct in his assessment. There are a number of hurdles that these proposals will have to jump in order for development to take place on either of the sites. And he's quite correct in his assessment of our position as a minority landowner at Camrose. So, Mr. Chairman, you asked me to wind up. Yes, my position is as I stated when I was given the opportunity to make my opening remarks. I've listened, as always, to the views expressed tonight by fellow councillors and residents, and that encourages me to think that the decision is right to go to public consultation on something like this. You know, on the one hand, there are those people who are going to agree that it's right that this council should do what it's sought to do over many years, is to help its football club to find a suitable site for a new stadium that's commensurate with a town of the aspirations of Basingstoke. But equally, there is a loss of public space that there's at stake here, and so those things have to be weighed up, and that's why it's important we understand the views of the residents across the borough and locally. As far as the work that we're supposed to be looking at, really, which is a decision made in 2012, but have the officers done what they were asked to do in terms of putting together sound agreements with the football club and its development partner? Yes, I think they have, and I'm content that despite the financial vulnerability of the football club, we've got a whole series of locks, as Officer Collins has referred to them. And so again, I think that a lot of good work's been done on this, and I'm content that we should proceed on that basis. I would like the opportunity to say a few more words at the end of, after the debate, if that's possible.
I've been studying the new constitution at length, and the committee procedure rules and the scrutiny procedure rules and the calling procedure rules, and they're not all entirely compatible. But the calling procedure quite clearly gives the cabinet member the opportunity to finish, and now we have a debate with just the committee taking part.
Yes, I think you might be interested in what I might have to say after you've had that debate, though, and so I would still offer that choice to you.
Would you not like to say it now?
I could do, but I think I think it would be useful to hear the debate first, and then I could make some comments. But you know, as you.
Mm.
The purpose of a call-in is to seek to influence the cabinet and the cabinet member who are making the decisions, and if our debate can achieve some influence on that decision, I think we should have the opportunity to hear from the cabinet member to that effect. Thank you.
So the Vice Chairman's proposing that the Cabinet members should have another opportunity to sum up after we've had our debates.
Not a whole. A contribution.
I'm not seeing a... I tend to agree with Councillor Cooper to let him do what he wants. This being the fourth meeting I've chaired in 3 weeks, I got into very hot water for making a decision on my discretion at the second one, and I'm trying to be strictly procedural now, but I think that we should invite Councillor Isaac to speak again later. But now, we have, if I can refer you to the call-in application that this is all about, on page 2 of 2, we have, we call on the Cabinet not to implement this decision before. And then there are 5 points under that. And it would seem to me useful if we talk about each of those 5 points, and if we want to agree to those or modify them, before we then go to the final decision as to whether we're going to call on the Cabinet not to implement it. Does anyone want to comment on that process? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair.
We're a bit early for that, but I've now looked it up, and it's Procedure Rule 7.4, the duration of meetings. I propose that we continue with this debate and conclusion to finish the business this evening. I would say, bearing in mind what I've learned about this committee, we should say 10:30 is the close time. Is that agreed? Councillor Harvey wanted to comment on my...
Thank you, Chair. In looking at what we've got in front of us and what we're asked to do as a scrutiny committee, in a call-in, we're asked to review the process and be confident in it. We're asked to look at how the process has been done by the Cabinet member, the officers, and how we've got here, really. It's the retrospective bit. And I think the one thing that this process so far has drawn out is there are a huge number of unanswered questions and concerns that relate to how all of this has come to this point. Therein, we have every right to question the quality of the decision being made by the Cabinet. I think there are very, very serious issues relating to biodiversity and green policies and open space that have not been addressed or answered as part of the process of assessment and how the Cabinet's gone about this decision. There are huge questions around due diligence. There are real issues around the retail aspect, the football club itself, the stadium, the development venture, the quality of what's been done in the legal agreements that none of us have seen. The whole issue around BasROM is deeply concerning in the way that that has been put together. I am worried by what I have heard this evening, concerned by that, because of the shape and form of it and how it might impact upon this authority and what we're leading ourselves into, particularly as a 29% owner of the Camrose, set against everything else. And to quote another councillor, it is the container falling off the ship. And that's a very important analogy, I think. Deeply concerned about where the football club is going to wind up in all of this, because it sounds to me that they're getting themselves into a position where they may struggle to get out of. And this is our football club. This is Basingstoke Town Football Club we're talking about. And we want their best interests in this decision as much as anybody else's. And I fear for them in the context of this decision. I also fear for the future of the town centre, because we have very clear evidence, planning evidence, that the Cabinet should be taken into account because of the High Court judgment that you can't just wash away. You can't just palm that off. I mean, that was a High Court judgment that gave us a clear indication of how the Cabinet and the Council should operate. And that isn't being attended to at all. I totally disagree with what Councillor Isaac has said. And me and him can disagree on this, and that's irrelevant. It's the High Court judgment that we all have to pay respect to. And in that sense, the future of the town centre, I think, is being put at risk by a retail proposal that would directly challenge the town centre. That's what our retail assessment has currently saying to us. That's why the Tesco's appeal failed. It's also why I believe Tesco's are now back in the game, because they see us being hypocrites. Let's just think this through. In terms of where we're going, I have not heard anything from the FA in any of this. Where does the Football Association stand in any of this? There's been no reference to them, no response to them. The Football Club haven't referred to them. Surely the FA have a direct interest in what happens to a member of one of their leagues. No reference to it, no consultation, nothing. I want to hear from the FA. I want to hear from them. I want to hear from somebody financially competent and independent to give me a view of the due diligence of all of this. Independent of our officers, because it's wrong to put the officers on the spot to justify their own work. There has to be some sense of independence here on the due diligence to have confidence in it because of the questions that have been raised. I want to hear from a retail specialist. I want to hear about the implications of the decision the Cabinet are making in regard to retail. I also want to hear in regard to the experiences of other football clubs. Do we throw the football club here into this with what we've heard may have been happening at Tottenham and Salisbury and so on? There's so many questions here that I don't think we can finish this evening. I really don't. I also want to hear from a solicitor into the quality of the legal agreements that are involved in all of this. I really do. Now you can go ahead and we can try and drive this through, but I don't believe we can. If we're doing a proper job of scrutiny that is relevant and does justice to the residents of the borough and to this authority and to the respect and integrity of this authority, then unless this scrutiny committee hears from such experts and has confidence in what they're saying so that we can test what the Cabinet member is saying through hearing witnesses, we're not doing our job properly. That's the whole point of setting this up, to do a proper job of work. So let's do it. If we're going to write a report, Chair, and that report then goes back for the Cabinet to consider, let us inform that report, let us do a proper job and give the Cabinet something really substantive that they can reconsider. I don't think we can carry on without that this evening, and I would so move that we have an adjournment to have all of those elements fulfilled.
I have to say that we are all victims to an extent of the new constitution giving such a short time in which to prepare for this meeting, and it was a level playing field and that everybody was equally disadvantaged. I would consider it a failure if we adjourn this meeting even in those circumstances. And I would at least like us to talk through the 5 points that are put forward by the
Would you bear with, I mean, that was a proper proposal for very good reasons, in my view. I don't know how other people feel about it, but what Councillor Harvey was saying, we are deficient in regard to what we had before us this evening. And if we're going to do our job properly as a scrutiny committee, he's saying we should adjourn and we should come back with the information available to us. That's an entirely proper proposal, it seems to me, in any committee setting, but scrutiny in particular. And for you to describe that as a failure on our part is nonsense.
The problem is that I think that there's the fact that if we don't come up with a report to Cabinet asking for the decision to be rescinded or modified, then that decision takes effect immediately. Well, that's what the Constitution says. So that's what perhaps we ought to have a short adjournment to discuss the implications of Councillor Harvey's proposal for a long adjournment. Councillor Gibbard?
But I thought, in effect, what Councillor Harvey is asking is exactly what you just described. So it's rescinding the decision because it is going to be adjourned in order to collate the evidence.
I think, well, let's be clear. I think Councillor Harvey is proposing that we adjourn this meeting to collect more information in order to make the decision. From what I've read in the Constitution, that isn't provided for, and if we fail to take a report to Cabinet, then the decision takes effect immediately.
Forgive me, Chair, that's not the right interpretation of the Constitution. This committee sits, it deliberates, and it produces a report and a series of recommendations for the Cabinet. We are sitting, we can adjourn to return to sit. We don't finish the meeting, we return with the evidence in front of us to complete the report that goes to Cabinet. At that point, the Cabinet can then complete its decision processes within 10 days for the review to take place. We're adjourning the meeting, not finishing it. It adjourns it so we can collect the information. If you go ahead and you just simply make recommendations on the basis of what's in front of us this evening, I am concerned at the position it puts this council in.
I'm adjourning this meeting for 5 minutes to consult the Constitution. Can we reconvene, please?
Do you need that, Councillor?
No, but I would like one sometime.
Yes, no, I need a hard one, please.
Well, I just keep printing old pages off and never the right pages. Now, we are not a very happy spectacle to view, are we? We have an issue with our constitution that means we haven't had the time before this meeting to gather all the data and information we need, and it's doubtful whether we had the right to requisition it as a committee. But before we go any further and waste any further time if it's necessary, I know a lot of members around this table have concerns, and therefore I expect to be sent to the cabinet meeting with those concerns. But if a majority of the committee are going to say we haven't got any concerns to raise, then we can close the whole thing down. If a majority of the committee are concerned we have concerns, then we will spend the rest of the time documenting what those concerns are, including our concern that ward members have been denied information that they should be entitled to, including that we haven't seen the contracts and including many things that Councillor Harvey listed earlier. But let me just test the opinion of the committee. This is not a formal vote. This is an advice to me as chairman as to whether it's worth continuing with this. Can I see those who are in favour of me taking concerns to the cabinet to delay the decision? I think that's a clear majority, but those against, please show. We have 2 against. Okay. Well, perhaps Councillor Harvey, you could begin, because you already started this, with listing those concerns that make it necessary for us to ask for the decision not to be taken.
Okay, where do I start on the list? Right. To begin with, the issues that have been raised regarding the open space, the designation of the open space, the issues relating to the biodiversity, green policies, landscape policies, living landscape policies, the protection of the open space, all of those areas of concern need to be addressed. The issues surrounding due diligence, surrounding the analysis and the assessments, the risk assessments, impact assessments, all of the evidence that relates to the financial and landowning decision and planning elements of that as well, how the due diligence was gone about, all of that needs to be raised because we've seen nothing. You yourself, Chair, have referred to the freedom of information and the denial of that of ward members, which is a direct concern that ward members were refused information, even on a confidential and commercial basis. The fact that members of this council were refused that information is serious. I want to understand the legal agreements. I want to be able to see and appreciate and have concerns about the legal agreements, particularly now for the very first time in this meeting that we've heard the term and the name Basron used. I mean, just literally Googling the company. If I have the right company that I'm Googling here, Basron Developments Limited in London, and I presume I have the right company for the very simple reason is that it says here on this website that is openly available, I think, on Google, that Mr. Rafi Razak is a company director as of the 26th of June 2006. Then I don't
think we need this detail.
No, and what I'm asking for is the legal agreements that are all associated with that. I want to see the agreements involved in that, if I have the right information.
We've been promised that.
Thank you. But the other issue is I want to understand and see and have confidence in terms of the football club, because a large proportion of the report here relates to their financial position, their position in all of this. So we do need to see all of that information. I've got a few more, but I'll leave it there for the moment and let other members come in with their concerns.
Councillor Keating.
One of the concerns I've got, I think that needs to be addressed, is we need to see the background papers in relation to the risk assessments. Thank you.
But perhaps Councillor Jane.
I don't know if you wanted to catch up with your writing down of the list so far, or whether you're happy for me to interject at this point.
I'm relying on the people next to me to write things down so they're legible. Yeah.
Okay. The portfolio holder did commit to affected ward councillors contributing to the design of the public consultation. I don't think we can reasonably do that without the information that has already been requested. So the consultation can't really happen until that information is provided, which rather scuppers their dates that were planned. We've got nothing about the potential legal challenge in terms of are we in contrary to the community rule of whatever act it was. I've got it down here somewhere. The Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act 2006, and obviously I don't think this borough really wants another legal challenge. There may be other acts as well, but of course no research has been done. We have no information about the alternative sites. The club are under the impression that the council said no to the leisure park. I'd like to see where that's recorded and minuted. In addition, that was there was some concern about the leisure park based on a decision in 2012 of big dreams for the leisure park that haven't come to fruition, so it's now re-available. Since 2012, the number of sites that were looked at have become available. Some have disappeared. Times change, and there's been no evaluation of those potential sites. Now we know Manydown is going to be developed, not the situation in 2012. We do know that Gresley Road Triangle is now off the menu because it's now being used for something else. But equally, the leisure park is back on the menu because our vision for the leisure park hasn't happened. So there's a number of sites we need to really look at to make sure we are making the best decision for the council and the club, and we can't do that without information about the other sites.
What I was going to do before Councillor Harvey threw a spanner in was to go through the 5 points that were the call-in, and I think you've been covering those, haven't you? The first is an impact assessment on loss of Old Cromwell Road site. Covers the whole of the landscape, biodiversity, natural England, and so on issues. And so what we're saying is we haven't got the information necessary to support that. Secondly, the report assessing the main possible sites. Well, Councillor James just went through some. And we haven't seen that considered by a BDBC policy committee, as it said here. In fact, we know explicitly that it wasn't. Thirdly, report reviewing options for the future use of the site of the existing stadium and the impact this may have on the community. Now, pertinent to that is the lack of information toward councillors and other things. Our next thing was to ask the Cabinet to reconsider the decision in the light of new information, the views and concerns of members, and I'd put into that the legal issues and the linkage between the parties that I raised in questions about the law, and then the point that Councillor James just referred to, consultation to be undertaken is approved by ward members. What I was hoping we were going to amplify this with was specific references. Some of them came out there orally to data that we need to make these decisions, because that's really where we the point at which we adjourned, and that we were convinced that we couldn't actually go forward to a decision, and now I'm saying that we can go forward to a decision, but the absence of information is one whole package of the concerns. So are there any other deficiencies in our ability to consider the
I think, Chair, that there's got to be concern, with all due respect to the portfolio holder, who made a number of assumptions based on I have confidence with the officers, I feel certain, and there was no reassurances at all. I think he's been put in an uncomfortable position where he's inherited a decision. His loyalty to his colleagues means that he is trusting their judgments made in 2012, 2013. I think he is in a very dangerous position, were there to be a legal challenge, personally to him, that he is in a dangerous position of inheriting another legal noose around his neck on behalf of his colleagues and their decisions they've made. I think for his own protection, he should be also adding his name to our list of I want to have it further looked at as well, because I think he's in a very, very risky situation, particularly given his occupation, that it's a reputation he certainly doesn't want to get around his neck of making a poor decision. So I think I'm concerned about his position were he to go ahead?
Suggesting I go to the cabinet and say that we're worried about poor Councillor Isaac. Well, since I've agreed to let him have the last words, he can come back on that then. But Councillor Keating.
I want to register my disagreement with officers who advised this committee and this chairman that there is information available relating to these decisions that we do not have the right to access. I believe that that is fundamentally wrong. As a scrutiny committee, we should and do have the right to see the supporting information related to any decision we're querying. We're doing that tonight. Things like the risk assessment and the other supporting documentation, which Councillor Isaac in some cases has seen, we haven't seen, and we have the right to see, and anyone who advises this committee we don't have the right to see the supporting documentation, I believe is fundamentally wrong, and I want to put it on record that we should not accept that.
Well, Sean, I've got to say that you're basing what you're saying on second-hand information I gave you. The advice was that the Constitution doesn't give the Scrutiny Committee under this call-in process a right to demand information. It wasn't that we don't have right to information, it was elsewhere in the Constitution. The head of service went.
Just if I could assist, Chairman. I mean, I think in terms of the information that the committee have requested, I don't think there's any problem in providing it. And I accept that you haven't seen it, but there is no problem in providing it to members. And I think that came out in questioning earlier on. So the information around the legal agreement and that's been asked for can certainly be provided. And information around the risk assessment, yes. Sorry, Chair. Yeah, it includes any councillor. I mean, I think I should be looking at my colleague here because my memory of the Constitution is going to fail me. But within the rights act, as long as there's a reasonable requirement for members to access the information, and obviously ward members and members of this committee would have a reasonable requirement, given the scrutiny that's going on, to access that information, and therefore I don't see any problem now that the committee is requesting it that information can be provided. So I wouldn't want the committee to get hung up on access to or otherwise. I'm not ruling on the point you were making on the Constitution. I was just saying in this instance, the request for the information, we're quite happy to provide it.
Yes, my original conclusion was the best thing for us to adjourn to get that information. But as the Constitution doesn't guarantee we can get specific information we asked for, we're at risk of getting to the stage of the Cabinet where we haven't come up with a decision. So the recommendation I'm now making, based on advice, is that we do reach a conclusion that takes account of the fact that we haven't got that information, and we'll come back as a scrutiny committee, whether under call-in rules or not, to all of that information. But as a matter of interest, the Constitution makes us responsible for all issues within the scope of the portfolio holder for finance, property and commissioning. So we could meet every week, John. I just say I don't think anyone is saying we're denied information now. What it's saying is that what I'm concerned about is that although the majority of this committee want this reconsidered, we might fail to achieve that because we haven't finished our deliberations. And by going to Cabinet saying before we can finish our deliberations we need to do all of this, then we will have fulfilled the cycle.
Chairman, I don't want us to get too obsessed with the financial, where the greatest share of the risk is with the club. There is some risk to us, but the financial is one very, very tiny element. And yes, we can have access to the financial information that's been offered to us, and we'll get that emailed out to us, and it'll be pages and pages and pages of stuff which lots of us aren't qualified to understand. But we'll have it. But there is no impact assessment in terms of the biodiversity, the green open spaces, you know, junction 6, the M3, all that woodland's gone, and there's all these mice and things running around trying to find somewhere new to live. How many have moved into the old common? I don't know. Whether they're registered to vote, they don't pop up on the electoral register, but they've all moved in. What assessment's been done? Absolutely nothing. So we can't ask for information that doesn't exist.
But we all agree to that, and we're now approaching 10:30.
I don't want it to become, because unfortunately with our cabinet, if you talk about impact assessment and risk assessment, they get their money head on. And at the moment, from what we've heard tonight, it would appear that this decision, maybe in 2012, was the club turned up and they pushed a big wedge of money at the end of the table. The eyes lit up and the cabinet said, yes, we'll have a bit of that, we approve the decision.
Gavin,
and none of the outside discussion about anything else has ever actually happened.
That isn't going to help us in exercising our right under the Constitution to ask for this to be reconsidered. We're going to add items to be listed as reasons for consideration, then please speak again, Councillor Potter.
I wasn't, Chair, but I want to make this comment now only because I don't think you'll give me a chance later. But I mean, I do believe this is a fundamental test of scrutiny here tonight in terms of our process. I mean, we are, I hope, properly looking at a decision that some of us, if not all of us, have concerns about. And we're not able to do that comprehensively because we don't have all the information available to us. It follows, it seems to us, we need to be in that position, and that's what we were seeking. And a normal process of any scrutiny committee would be to say, we will only sit again when we have that information available to us. I take the point, as you point out in the Constitution as written, that the Cabinet can plough on irrespective of the work of scrutiny if it so chooses. My view would be, and I say this publicly, it would be a brave and a stupid Cabinet that did that in the light of what's come out tonight. Now, either we stand up as a scrutiny committee and exercise the rights that I believe we have, or we actually say, we're going to do this in some other way, we're going to say, please take note of this Cabinet, but if you choose to ignore it, c'est la vie. I mean, I do not think that's the way that the scrutiny committee should go about its business. There are key issues listed here tonight that we haven't seen, and we are entitled, in my view, as a scrutiny committee to see those. And unless we've got those,
I agree entirely with that.
Complete our process.
We're sitting here agreeing with each other and wasting an awful lot of time. It's abundantly clear, and must be abundantly clear to everyone down there, that this process needs changing. And I was committed yesterday that we have to, that the process that we're going through to try and change this decision. But we've got to deal with the situation we're now in. What should have happened is that adequate notice should have been given of the meeting, and the parties to the meeting should have had the opportunity to collect the information and the evidence they needed. That hasn't happened. Having found that the will of the meeting is that I should go and ask the Cabinet to reconsider, have we now listed as a scrutiny committee, we can continue to scrutinise it, but if the decision's already been made, then I think I'm corresponding with a committee, a member who's not a member of the committee, but I do want to go to the Cabinet now with the will of the committee that this should be reconsidered. And if we've now got enough of the reasons documented, then that's what I should do. We will have a further scrutiny committee meeting when we have all of the necessary data. What we don't have is the constitutional rights, so we want that data before we complete this call-in. Councillor Keating.
There's absolutely no shadow of a doubt. The scrutiny committee is asking for legitimate information in order to conduct its inquiry and conclude its deliberations. To say that we can go to the cabinet in the meantime and say, oh, by the way, we've got concerns, is a nonsense. We should adjourn this meeting, get the information, finish the meeting, and tell the cabinet our conclusions. That's what we should do. Full stop. Thank you.
My advice was that if we don't then get the information, we haven't got to, well, implicitly, because the scrutiny, the calling process doesn't allow us to do that. Right. The alternative, my proposal is going to be that we adjourn to the 29th of July and ask for this information by then. Well, I'm not actually proposing it now, but it's been proposed by Councillor Keating then.
Understand. So the list that we've just drawn up would be sent to the portfolio holder or to the cabinet. So these are our concerns. In addition to that, we want to meet again on the 29th with further information. Constitutionally, what does that do to the cabinet's decision making in terms of going ahead with the public consultation?
Well, that's the reason I was proposing what I am, that I go to the cabinet with the concerns that arise from the calling notice, plus additional concerns of lack of information. That would mean that the meeting is deemed closed, and then we start a new scrutiny committee meeting. We are getting very close to my once a month, aren't we? I think. Okay. I asked, have we now listed for documentation for me to take to the cabinets all of the concerns? And I think I got agreement to all of the 5 that were in the call-in notice, didn't I? Councillor Harvey again.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things that we've not discussed here. Go to the top of the call-in process. At no point have we discussed the breach in the local code of corporate governance that's referred to in the call-in. We haven't looked in terms of this, in terms of the disposal procedures and how the council will go about dealing with the public open space and the issues that are involved in that. They need to be carefully looked at. In terms of what has been said about legal challenge, let's just be absolutely clear here that you need to capture that the planning issues and the landowning issues and the interpretation of them by the cabinet is a deeply concerning issue for us, and that therein, as Councillor James has rightly said, that leaves us very vulnerable to challenge because of the manner and process in terms of the decision and the timescales that are involved. And the final point in terms of concerns is the retail aspect of all of this. At no point has any evidence been suggested that this authority should be selling its 29% stake for retail in the context of what's being as landowning responsibilities. That needs to be carefully picked up. Can I just finish, Chair, in terms of just going back on what you've just said and the transparency of all of this? That was not my view, sat in a constitutional working party, of how this was going to operate. And in many ways, I feel stitched up. I've expressed this to the officers. Because what we wanted was a professional scrutiny process whereby the cabinet members didn't fear bringing decisions or having to come here to be scrutinised, but that we could offer some constructive way of recommendations to them of decisions we think and processes we think have gone wrong. It's pretty clear. And this is no comment on Councillor Isaac at all, and it certainly isn't a comment on the officers, that there are some huge issues here. Anybody with any common sense would identify these concerns. We have got a responsibility, that's our job, to highlight that. Now, if the Constitution doesn't allow us to do it, and it obviously doesn't because of the interpretation that's been put on it, you've got no choice, I understand that, to do what you're doing. But we should have these information brought back to this committee. Let's have this. It's put the position, I'm sorry to put him on the spot, but the cabinet member has the power to say, I'm not going to make the decision within 10 days. I'm going to bring you the information, and I'm going to allow you, the scrutiny committee, to look at it, debate it, see it, and be confident about it, and then advise me, as the cabinet member, of the things you think I should take into account. The cabinet member can do that, and that's a constructive way forward, I think, in dealing with this. So I would suggest, let a bit of common sense play in this, if Councillor Isaac is willing and able to do that. It's in his gift, he's the cabinet member. The role of the critical friend.
Would you like to respond to
Yes,
that?
of course. Yeah. I can't actually, because this is a cabinet decision. It's not my decision. And sorry, it's a cabinet decision. It's not my decision, and so I'm not in a position to do that. All I can do from this meeting is to make recommendations to cabinet. And I just my concern here is that that seems to me that the scrutiny committee has been established to raise concerns about decisions that have been made by cabinet. But what we're at risk of doing here is seeking to sort of paralyse decision making in this council, which can't be any good for anyone. So no, we could go on. This process could go on for weeks and weeks and weeks, I suppose. Anyway, that's just an observation on my part, because you as a committee must make your own decisions on that sort of thing. But that's my fear, and I think it's as well to express it.
Could I ask Councillor Laura James to come to the mic and see if we can have the conversation that is going on over people's heads there? Did I understand you rightly as saying, let's go to the cabinet, let them make the decision, and then scrutinise it after that?
As signatories, and can I firstly say how disappointed we are as signatories in this process. Historically, we would have sat at the table, we'd have taken part, and we would have, as signatories, had an opportunity to ask the officers questions. I think it's been farcical tonight, to be honest, and we're very disappointed that we haven't been able to do that. We had nowhere to sit. And we haven't been able to work together as signatories as we have historically. So this process, for me, doesn't represent scrutiny, and it hasn't given us the opportunity to do what we wanted to do. We as signatories, cross-party, that's the Independents, the Liberals and the Labour Party, have real concerns as an opposition about this decision. You haven't tonight answered any of the questions or the concerns of the signatories. We outlined our concerns to you. Well, I haven't had any of those. We had a prepared statement from Councillor Izzet, but none of the concerns have been raised. Now, I thought that the role of scrutiny was to scrutinise that decision. You haven't scrutinised that tonight. Therefore, I don't think that you have done what we asked you to do as signatories. You haven't done that. Now, you're saying that the cabinet can make that decision. So be it. As Councillor Potter said, that would be a very unwise cabinet to do that. I also think they're on very dodgy grounds legally. We've been there with Many Down. We do not want to go there again. And I think it would be very silly of them to do that. We've had new information tonight about a development company that Razat, or whatever his name is, involved in. We don't know anything about that. I don't know any of the other, I haven't seen any information. As a group leader, I have seen no information. I wish to see that information. I wish to scrutinise that information.
Laura, I don't think anyone believes...
Therefore, if Cabinet want to make the decision, you can go along and you can say to Cabinet, we're not happy with it, and you can outline that, but I'm asking you as a scrutiny committee to get that information and for it to come back to this committee and for us to look at it. It may be retrospective and they may have made the decision, but I think you have a duty to look at that.
So do I, but I think firstly we have a duty to look at this process, because I agree with you entirely that it's not effective. But what do we do now is the question. I've proposed that I now go to the Cabinet saying that there's a wish that the decision should not be taken. We have reservations, and the reservations include the fact that we didn't have the information that was necessary, and we schedule a meeting at which we will scrutinise this when we have the data. The alternative is that we adjourn the meeting and we ask for the information, and if we get the necessary information, then we can make a more definitive decision before by the 29th of June.
Chair, can I help you? If I was chairing the meeting tonight, I would adjourn the meeting, I would request the information to come back, And if the Cabinet so wished to make that decision, so be it. But I would, if I was chair, say, I want this information back. We haven't received it. We had no questions answered from the officers. And we're not closing this meeting. We're adjourning it until we get that information. That's how I would handle it if I was chairing this meeting. You must decide how you handle it. But if I was a member of this committee, I'd put it to a vote and I'd be saying, what do you want to do? But I'm not happy.
As Councillor Keating has proposed that.
Could I have a seconder, please?
Councillor James, the reason I asked you forward was I thought you were saying exactly the opposite. And now we've resolved. Okay, the proposal from Councillor Keating is that we adjourn to the 29th of July and we use all channels to get the information we think is necessary for this meeting. Councillor James.
Chairman, I think both options result in us coming back on the 29th of July with hopefully more information, although some of the information doesn't exist to be found. It's never been a subject to discussion. So both achieve the same thing. The difficulty is, if we go with the let's just adjourn and come back on the 29th, then the Cabinet press ahead with a decision. There is nothing for public record that says these are the things that haven't been resolved. If we go down the other route, there is a public record that we asked for an adjourned meeting, the decision to be delayed. We asked for a meeting to be adjourned. These are issues that we raised and these are answers we haven't got. That's for public record. If then the Cabinet go ahead and make the decision anyway, and we come back on the 29th, there is a public record that they've made that decision despite our requests for more information and the list that's been published. So I think by going down the route of these are our recommendations and the last recommendation is we need to meet again with more information, there is a clear public record that we have asked for more time, asked for more information and already highlighted these problems. And I think it's important we have that record, and if we just adjourn tonight, where's the record that says we've asked for it?
The reason for choosing the 29th is that that's 2 days before the Cabinet. And if we are getting information, then we can go back to our original intention. So we will obviously have to produce a record from here, but it won't be a minute, saying what information we require. If you want to adjourn. My proposal was that we close the meeting with that and I take it to the Cabinet while we still look for the information. Yes, we have a motion, and would you repeat what it is, please, Councillor Keating?
The motion. Chair, I should have done all that on record, but I speak loud enough for you to hear what I'm saying.
So the alternatives are, as Councillor Keating says, or basically the same thing, but I go to the Cabinet.
Alternative on the table, Chair, there's one motion.
Can I just ask one thing? I mean, the 29th, I mean, is, as you say, a couple of days, I think, before the Cabinet meets, isn't it? But, I mean, why are we talking about a date that's so far ahead? I mean, this is 20 days ahead, isn't it? But I mean, it must be possible, surely, for us to achieve.
Right, you can amend the motion to another date.
Well,
I'll wait for advice from the officers on the suggestion here is the 24th.
Does not have a date. 5 more.
Okay, let's vote on that and then we talk about the date. Those in favour of us adjourning?
If there's no date, that means that by the time we have the information, it may be post-Cabinet and therefore post a decision, and then we won't have a public record of what we've asked for. I think the safest way to go is to have that draft record in place that's come out of this meeting, And so that draft is, well, I just want something in the public record that we've got these concerns, we've raised them before Cabinet meets. If that next meeting doesn't take place until after the Cabinet meets, then nothing comes out of this committee meeting at all for Cabinet. And we can't be in that situation.
The only reason I said let's detach the date was that Councillor Keating just wants to get agreement on an adjournment, and this is ridiculous. We're going on much too long on this point.
Can we keep this really simple? With one motion, very simple, that collects all of the concerns that have been raised this evening and presents them to the Cabinet. And we adjourn the meeting to call for all of the information that has been requested and required. And we meet again on the 24th of July with the expectation that it is presented.
The reason I said let's vote on that without the date is because accommodation and things like that to fit a date. I'm now being offered the 22nd.
Cancelled. It's cancelled.
Right, so we have a cancellation. Now I'm going to ask for a vote in favour of us adjourning to the 24th then. Are you happy with that?
22nd.
22nd.
Standards committee.
Is everybody in favour of us adjourning then? Yep. So right, I'd like to see that again just to check. I think some people are losing the will to live. We do have a decision to adjourn with a note recording the information that we need for that adjourned meeting. That I think is a decision.
I've been asked by one of the signatories quite rightly so. First of all, we've agreed that that's fine. Secondly, all of the things that we've listed, all of the things that have been said, can we just have a clear record of what we've captured and is then going to be presented to the Cabinet? Let's just make sure we've got this.
Yes. It's all right, but of course the 24th will give us an opportunity to revise 22nd will give us an opportunity to revise what goes to the Cabinet. Can you read back what you've got? Well, what I have is the 5 items that the signatories asked for us to call on the Cabinet. The first being basically the impact assessment on the landscape issues. The second is a report assessing the main possible sites for a stadium. The third is the a report reviewing the options for future use of the site of the existing stadium. The fourth is the basically the gist of the thing that asked the Cabinet to reconsider the decision in light of new information, and agreement consultation by the councils approved by ward members. I then also have information about the due diligence that's been carried out, the backup information for the risk assessment, the legal agreement, including the relationships with Baswan and so on, this reference to the Natural Environment Act, which doesn't actually appear in the 5 points from the thing, but is referred to elsewhere. And the Code of Corporate Governance. And there is something about the relationship between the councillor's landowner and councillor's planning. Is that a complete list? Right. Is everybody, I won't say happy, content that we've come to a...
Did you cover the legal agreements?
Yeah, legal agreement including the relationships with...
okay, and I think the only other thing was the design consultation.
Yeah, that's...
Did you cover that one?
I did, I read this out. Okay. Well, I was going to raise something about the future programme of work, but I don't think I dare do that at the present time. I did say that Councillor Isaac could have the last word, and so now, Councillor Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say something about the timing of any signing of legal agreements. As you know, the proposal at the moment is that as we are implementing the 2012 decision, and that was confirmed in June Cabinet, that we would proceed to sign legal agreements with the football club and the developer ahead of the public consultation. Having taken account of the views expressed, I think that I think it would be the right thing to do for me to recommend to Cabinet that we delay signature of the legal agreements until after the public consultation process.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac.
Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned.